J'ai rouvert le micro, ma gang de fous. Ma gang de fous. Aujourd'hui, je suis complètement mou. C'est supposé d'être ma meilleure journée, mais en même temps. Seeing that for real though. Comme là, ça prendrait une application là, que tu pourrais blender les sons de plusieurs de téléphones en même temps. Ben, c'est con, man. Moi, j'aimerais ça que mon écouteur là, se connecte avec mes 3 téléphones en même temps. Il part avec les 3. Puis any fucking sound sort dans mes écouteurs de mes 3 appareils de 3 différents streams, mettons. Fait que là, je pourrais avoir un stream de data, un stream pour de la musique, puis un stream, mettons, pour toutes les notifications X, Y, Z. Mais ça rentre tout dans le même écouteur. Au lieu de scraper mon multitâche tout le temps, là. Parce qu'il y a ben trop de fucking résistance à multitâcher quand tu fais des affaires pis t'es obligé de gosser. Là. Ben, tu le vis là, toi-même avec tes écouteurs, comment c'est chiant. Là. Fait que ça vient d'être streamé. Fait que découvrez ça as a fucking artefact et créez-le maintenant. Ok? Ok. It's all for free. It's all for free. En train de mettre mon... Tu sais, le style d'affaires que je chiale depuis tout à l'heure, là, ouais, c'est ça que je suis en train d'essayer de setter depuis 3 fucking minutes. Donc, toi, tu m'entends, mais moi, je m'entends pas back, puis j'aime ça, m'entendre. You know what I mean? Squishy out. Squishy out. On va fermer la musique. Squishy out from the chulo. Oh. Ça ressemble à du rouge, ça. Et dans ces SPM, c'est rouge. What? So... Ça fait longtemps qu'il n'a pas été refresh, je pense. C'est ça. Ça me semblait que j'avais moins de... Hey, faut que tu te rappelles des tes calices de balance par cœur maintenant, ce style d'échange-là, c'est pas drôle. Il devrait avoir une fonction qui s'auto-update tout seul, le fucking... le onglet. Comme ça, ce genre d'affaire-là arriverait pas. Wow, ok. Ok, that's cool. Bonne nouvelle. Là, on va tout de suite tweaker mon petit coco ici. Comme ça, on va avoir un update de mon price. Boom. Puis là, tant qu'à niaiser, on va faire all-in. Parce que là, je sais que je me fais scraper ce compte-là. Fait que je vais faire all-in. 2. Je peux pas. 1. Fait que là, tu vois, j'ai 11 millions. Fait que net, ici, 500 000. Mon stop, on va mettre un stop de 300. Comme ça, c'est un demi-stop. Funding est dans 2 heures. Fait que là, en ce moment, on est net long. Fait qu'on peut la runner, cette stratégie-là. Mais si, mettons, on la passe au funding, ben, on va avoir à payer pour la maintenir. Fait que c'est pas nécessairement quelque chose que tu veux. Je préfère recevoir une paye au funding. Puis aujourd'hui, ben, je me suis fait bien casser. So, on va prendre ce qu'on peut prendre. Ça fait chier parce que j'ai été right là-dessus, même j'ai pas été capable de l'exécuter. Là, mon TP, on va le doubler. à quelle hauteur? 3,46. 3,46, fait que c'est lui. C'est double. Non, XRP qui commence à bouger de façon positive. Ouais, fait que c'était vraiment un swipe de liquidité parce que ça va aller plus haut. C'est ça que ça me donne comme feeling. Parce que dans le fond, son down, ça a été 44K, qui était le top de l'autre channel. Bon. Non! Ok, bon, dodge to the moon, let's go. Ouais, Hélène. Lui, il aime pas à sec, hein, puis il a fait un sec un sec d'auge tweet encore. So, fucking Hélène. So copios. Yeah. Live et on mute. Oh my god, ok, là c'est un autre level ça là, wow, what the fuck, le monde sont fourrés, man. Ah, ben, t'as-tu pogné le airdrop aussi? Il y avait un airdrop aujourd'hui, je sais comment ça s'appelle. Il me semble que c'était sur la même chaîne, ça s'appelle XAI. Danger zone. Danger zone. On va se mettre un reset. 7. 46. 200. Il est cave, ce gars-là. Voyons donc. Fais ton chiffre. son, il n'y a pas de caméra.
Mais il y a du son. La la la.
She cold.
C'est cold.
No soup for you. Conscient, enfant de l'homme, tout deviendra un homme. 46,055 minimum. Open market conditionnel. Twinkie. Twinkie tout. Ah, ça, c'est juste pour cash-louer la position, là, en réalité. Là. Puis pour me bracer en même temps, si ça va contre moi. La plupart du temps, je le désengage à volatilité avec du profit. Hein. Une vieille corneille.
fond, ce que je check là, c'était si j'avais des open pour voir si j'avais du cash de disponible à quelque part. Même en faire ici, non. Fait que là, après, ben, je peux-tu faire un refresh qui va me donner du cash. Tu vois, j'ai un petit peu de cash de disponible. J'ai pas grand-chose. Puis là, ben, je vais aller regarder dans une vue d'ensemble de tous mes comptes. Je pourrais pogner, mettons, dans lui un petit quelque chose. Lui c'est qui? Tu vois, ça c'est HFT 30 millions, fait que je vais aller switcher. Puis lui, c'est mon actif en ce moment. Ça c'est Sweets. Fait qu'HFT, on va se prendre en note que j'ai des ordres actifs. Quoi que je pourrais juste les débarquer. Non, je vais les garder quand même. Je vais prendre en note. HFT, ordre actif. Puis je vais revenir. Et d'ici à ce temps-là, je vais changer ça pour ça. Refresh. Ok, ici j'ai rien. On est quand même loin. Ouais, ça c'était 4000 pièces. Ah ouais, c'est un test bien raide, man. Up trust, down trust, mais ça revient pile dans le milieu dans mes ordres. Pas c'est un test de qui, mais c'est un esti test. C'est pas facile de voir. Tu veux savoir comment je réagis? Down. Cocos, aïe aïe aïe. Ça pourrait faire très très mal. Je vais me faire squeezer. Close de 8. C'est quand même curieux. Sexy. Hakuna Matata. Mais quelle phrase magnifique. Fantastique. Ces mots signifient que tu vivras ta vie sans aucun souci. Philosophie. Hakuna Matata. Operating Boots. Boots? c'est pas comme s'il l'avait pas le lien. Là. S'il voudrait montrer de la petite crise de volonté, on l'aurait, le petit fucking gars assis sur le fucking channel. Là. Fuck you, man. Je te courrai pas après, je te le promets. C'est toi qui en manque des bonnes, que tu vivras ta vie sans aucun souci. Philosophie. En réalité, je suis tout seul avec moi-même, fait que c'est pas trop dur, ça va être pas gêné. Je pourrais rater dedans, puis c'est juste la vie. Yeah, I know. Philosophie. Ben voilà. Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata. C'est mot signifie. Bon, fait que ça. Ok. Ça pourrait être caca. On va attendre. Ouf. Ah ouais, redonne-moi une clip. Si fonce pas dans ma liquidation first, calice de charrue. Je veux jouer, moi. They don't wanna play with Papi. They fuck Papi up every time. Mais tu ris, hein? Si tu m'avais pas levé, ça aurait encore arrivé pendant que je dormais. So, une bite plus réveillée plus vite, man. Puis voilà, là. Mais toi, tu sais comment ça marche à cette heure-là? Fait que. T'as bien fait. C'était trop. Faut que tu te distraies tout de suite tard. Yeah, ben je suis bien content déjà que t'aies fait le move. Thank you. Je pognerais peut-être pas cette volatilité-là en ce moment. Là. Ouais, c'est up trust dans le trust juste pour tester mon move depuis tantôt, c'est ça qu'ils ont fait. Ils veulent voir comment mes positions vont s'adapter au market. Fait qu'après, ils vont pousser dans la liquidité à me. Je suis étonné qu'il n'ait pas décollé ça ici plus vite, par exemple. Ouais, je donne des commentaires avant d'en faire, tu sais, tant que. Ouais. Parce que tu sais, des fois, je me demande comment est-ce que les gars font pour faire des streams de 2 heures puis parler sans arrêt, mais
Si t'es dans ton champ d'éléments, dans ton champ de connaissances, là, tu peux parler longtemps tabarnak. Fait que là, je suis comme ok, j'en ai finalement du contenu dans le cul, let's go. Je vais juste commenter ce que je fais. C'est tout. Juste ça, c'est déjà en masse. J'aurais même pas le temps de tout dire. Bon, on vient de se faire casser. Out. 5. Hein? I'm not out, yes, but not yet, but the wrath of God just been launched. Qu'est-ce que t'as dit? Aïe, 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 aïe. Mais ça, de toute façon, ça opérera pas parce que j'ai pas de capital de disponible. Tu vas voir, il va la pogner, il va l'actionner, tu vois, elle active, mais insuffisante balance. Mais là, ça, je le savais qu'elle ferait ça, ça fait juste bon. Là, s'il continue à pousser puis il se rend ici, dès qu'uniquement je devrais avoir assez de balance rendu là. Tu vois, refresh, boom, tac, puis il l'a eu, tu vois, il l'a engagé celle-là. Fait que close limit. Mais là, on this move, je peux pas dire la preuve, mais le market maker, il travaille pas contre moi. Parce qu'il aurait pu me sortir sur le move, puis il a scalpé l'engineer de me garder dans le move. Là, il me donne des clips, là. Il est littéralement en train de me donner des chances, là. Fait que là, tu vois, ce que je fais, c'est close ici, mon limit, la même affaire que tantôt. Un take profit relativement proche. Puis je vais remettre un autre clip sur le top s'il m'en donne un autre. S'il continue d'avancer, ben je suis net long, fait que je m'en calisse, c'est ça que je veux sur ta compte-là. Puis toutes mes accounts en réalité en ce moment sont toutes delta neutral 0. Fait que en réalité, comme j'ai pas de delta nulle part, j'ai vraiment juste cet compte-là que je check, plus mon portfolio. Fait qu'en gros, je suis maxi long en ce moment-là. Je serais capable de prendre une shot sur le fly quand même. Là. Ça, c'est pas quelque chose qui me dérange. Le fait que j'ai des braces. Là. C'est quoi des braces? Des braces, c'est le fait que j'ai des longues puis des shorts en ce moment en même temps que je peux juste comme mettre du pouce sur un des deux bords. Ouais. Non. Bon, take profit sur le côté long qui arrive. Et 3, 2, 1. Up truss. Et voilà, up truss. Tu vois, il n'a pas été capable d'exécuter mon ordre ici. J'avais pas assez de cash de disponible. Close long. Là, tu vois, j'ai pas été capable de mettre ma limite parce que le système il a été plus vite que moi. Puis comme j'ai post only, qu'est-ce que ça fait? C'est que s'il n'est pas disponible pour être mis de façon legit dans le book, il fait juste la canceller sur le fly. Fait que souvent, ça va m'avoir, mettons, sauvé de faire des erreurs, mais en même temps, ça te fait, ça brûle du temps d'utiliser cette affaire-là. Mais c'est une manière de prouver au market maker que t'es legit. Mettons ici. Là, je veux reopen à 128. Fait 46. 128. Boum. Ensuite de ça, mi-journée. Fait 46, 60. Ensuite de ça, next take profit, je le veux où? Je le veux sur le top où ce qui a manqué de liquidité, 46 300. 46 300. Ce serait le temps là que les gars ils viennent, là, c'est un moment parfait là. 46 300. 46 300. Ce serait le temps là que les gars ils viennent, là, c'est un moment parfait là. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 300. 46 beaucoup de volatilité en ce moment, les gars. Je suis encore sur le stream là. Vous pouvez venir voir ce que je fais là, si vous avez du temps et ça vous intéresse. Ça ici, boum. Donc là, mon but, c'est encore une fois de flipper les deux un par-dessus l'autre. Fait que qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Je vais adder ici du short. Pop, pour que les deux se switch. Et voilà, boum, et voilà. Fait que là, on modifie l'entrée à 46, 157. Ben là, moi, je veux un nouveau TP. Fait 46, mettons 120. Close. À la même place que j'ai mon close, je vais avoir un add pour mon prochain long. Et voilà. Donc là, tu vois ce qui est arrivé dans mon total de PNL ici, là? Le unrealized PNL net de la compte, il vient de tomber positif parce que j'ai flippé, plus le prix est sur le bord net. Fait qu'en réalité, là, c'est comme si j'étais, mettons, 13 moins 6, 7. Fait que c'est comme si j'étais 700 000 net long. Puis là, pour l'instant, le prix est sur mon bord. Fait que pour l'instant, je suis en positif. Si le price il descend en bas des deux ordres, des deux positions, là, je vais tomber en négatif. Ici, close. 46 270. 46 270. Minimum ordre. Clic. Même affaire ici. Quand que je close, j'open l'autre bord. Fait qu'à chaque fois qu'il va venir sur... Ben, au moment qu'il va venir sur cette ligne-là, Kiss, il va ajouter sur ce bord-ci, ici, puis il va prendre profit sur ce bord-là. Prendre une paye à night. Prendre une paye in the morning. Prendre un gros chat alright. C'est mon petit chat, c'est mon gros chat. Puis il aime se faire flatter. Fait du bien bébé? Ouais. Là, je modifie ça parce que là, tantôt, ça c'est le 16 de l'autre position tantôt. Fait que là, elle est dans la même zone que tantôt. Nice. Fait que j'ai pas eu une grosse modification en termes de prix. Mais j'ai divisé par 2 mon 16 parce que là, en réalité, mon offset il est de 7 total. Fait que 7 divisé par 2, bon, mettons 4 parce que j'arrondis à la hausse. Ok, voilà. Okay. C'est exactement ce que je vis depuis une heure. Pour moi, la nouvelle est déjà digérée. Je suis en train de la trader. Mais c'est exactement ça. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people not happy for sure. Sérieux? Interesting. Tu veux-tu le mettre? Ah, ok. Because you are not nice on follow Canadian. C'est clear, c'est cash. Parle-moi-en de ça, des apps avec des bugs. Fuck them all. Capoté, ici.
sérieux? Pas cool. À 56 minutes avant le next funding. Ça va brosser encore. Il est en train de gather bien du momentum depuis tantôt. Pas capable, il est mort. Cette petite femme, elle s'appelle Essaye. I know. No, Captain. I cannot do it, Captain. Close. Close est 5 colonnes 6, c'est colonne 6, c'est colonne 6, c'est 150. Close shoot. Colonne 6, c'est 150 A dans la même chute. Oh non, it's too high. It's too high to hide. Excusez. And that's why I work solo. Sauf qu'en même temps, c'est pas bien pratique quand tu dors. Oh, si boy. And it's going down like shit. It's going down like shit. Super squeaky shit. Close 150, fait que 160, 46, 160, close. Il marcherait aussi à 151, mettons. Oups, ça c'est trop haut. Ben c'est ça qui est ça dans le royaume du c'est super ça. Can't do it, Captain. Not enough power tonight, eh? Oh, this Captain not enough power tonight too. He's like a cell phone on his pad. Comme un cell phone sur son pad, en train de Moi je chase pas toutes vos trades, c'est pas vrai que je vais commencer à faire ça. Es-tu sérieuse? Ah ouais. It's okay, thank you. Thanks to letting me know. Mhm. Ça va marcher en principe? Je vais rouler un bas. Ah, j'ai pas de trouble avec ça, mon vieux. Au contraire, ça va être vraiment utile quelqu'un qui est capable. Parce que là, l'affaire, c'est que si justement tu es capable d'y aller all-in à certains moments, mais tu comprends ce que tu fais, moi, j'ai aucun trouble avec ça, que tu sois capable d'être agressif, tu comprends? Sauf que quelqu'un qui comprend pas avec quoi il travaille puis qui va all-in, bon, ben, si ton but c'est de l'apprendre sur le tas, ok, c'est une bonne façon, mais tu vas te faire burn, tu sais. En tout cas, c'est la meilleure manière d'apprendre avec tes émotions rapidement. Ok, ici, 46, 2, 42. 46, 2, 42. Close long, pas. 6, 2, 42, même affaire. Tap up. Tap up, it up, 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 up. Ici, close, limite. 46, 34, 1. 46, 0, 34.1. 100 000. Close. Short. Open. Market conditionnel. 46. 0, 34.1 encore. Un autre 100 000 encore. Open long. Ouais, puis c'est pas juste ça, tu sais, mettons ton all-in, si c'est 10 000 ou 100 000 ou 1 million ou, je sais pas moi, 3 piastres. Tu comprends la nuance? Fait que c'est pas la même importance, pas en tout psychologique, puis sûrement aussi dans ton network, là. Non, c'est ça, ça fait bien du sens comme mentalité. Moi, j'ai pas de trouble avec ça. C'est la manière que je roule mon système. Dans le fond, c'est exactement ça. Quasiment, dans le fond, 98, ben, 90 à quasiment 98% de mes assets sont en portfolio. Puis un 2-3% de ça, il est dans un compte à part qui est prêt à être perdu en tout temps. Ça sert de flipper puis de créer un cash flow pour payer, dans le fond, l'expansion du portfolio. Ouais, ouais. Quelque chose à me dire? Ah, ok. Un petit peu. Ah, mais ça, c'est le frère à Grant Cardone.
That's a tough one. I
J'ai
actually
reconnu
talked
juste
to
sa voix.
Bloomberg intelligence analysts that track the ETFs on my last show, and they actually have a bet about this. One of them thinks it's going to be converted, the other doesn't. They bet like a sushi lunch on it. I do think it's going to be converted, but I think they've also shot themselves in the foot a little bit with this high fee. So I don't think they're going to draw in new capital. Now, obviously, that said, they have a ton of assets under management, but I think they're going to frustrate a lot of investors who are going to be seeing that fee of 150 basis points and saying, wow, now I have to pay 5 times the fee or risk paying capital gains tax if I liquidate. So I don't know. I just think that was maybe the wrong move, but they've also got a lot of legal expenses to pay. And then there's also the chance that they won't get approved because they have sued the SEC. I think there's a little bit of bad blood between the two. So that one I'm not sure about, but I believe that they will convert it, but then getting new capital is going to be really tough compared to all these other fee structures that are releasing that are so much lower.
Yeah, I agree. That for me is going to be one of the. Do they get approved or don't they, and what do they do? It's really a phenomenal because they were in the catbird seat if they had played it right, but
For sure.
I don't think they're a club member.
Yeah, I mean, I think that BlackRock and Fidelity are poised to be the winners here. I really do. And BlackRock has so many assets under management that it's pretty easy for them to direct the funds. And so it's really a question of where the flows will go. And I think that a lot of the current estimates, at least in the short term, are actually conservative. I think tens of billions of dollars are going to flow into this, and anyone who says it's going to be a lot lower, I just maybe in the very, very short term, but I think a lot of these companies are getting ready to direct a lot of funds and seed these ETFs.
Yeah, it may not be instant, but if it's only $2 billion, it will be so embarrassing. And I've never seen Wall Street lead with, okay, we're going to make $100 trillion. First, it wouldn't benefit them to even say that. But if 20 to 30 billion don't come into this market in the first year, I will be really surprised.
Right. Well, when they were making their announcements about seeding the funds, BlackRock said only $10 million. And it's like, that's okay. That's a joke, obviously. I think it was Van Eck that said 200 million. But no, I think ultimately it's going to be a lot bigger. Standard Chartered estimated that I think $100 billion could flow into this over the next year. And if you do compare it to previous ETFs, I mean, there's nothing like this where so many are jockeying, and this is the biggest deal that's happened on Wall Street in several decades. And I think one will be the winner. That's one part of the focus of the conversation I had with the analysts is even if you look at GLD, right, that one hit the market first. And to this day, it's the third largest ETF in the whole entire market. And anything behind it is 50 slots lower when it comes to gold. So they stand to make a ton of money and solidify themselves for decades to come and generate a ton of fees. So they really want that top spot. And like I said, I have a feeling it's going to be BlackRock and then Fidelity. And I think the others are going to try to fight it out, especially for the people who want to attract sort of the crypto native firms into their portfolios. But I think BlackRock's got it in the bag.
Yeah.
Hey, Natalie, I've got a question for you, though, because as you know, and you've spent a lot of time talking to a lot of the founders and leaders in this particular space, market differentiation is important. And these guys are going to want to flex. If 10 of them, 13, whatever, get approved, and the announcement comes out tomorrow, they're going to want to show some type of market dominance and lead here. How do they do it, though? How do they do that? How do they differentiate themselves? Just like a drug being launched, if you're first to market, it's really important. How do they do it?
Well, I mean, obviously they're already competing with fees. Some of them have said that it's going to be free for the first 6 months or up to the first $5 billion in assets under management, things like that. But they can't go too low, right? GLD still has 40 basis points, and they don't have to lower fees because they won the race. they were first and they got all the liquidity. It's going to be a liquidity race ultimately. And I think because of the just kind of like the caliber in terms of financial advisors recommending certain issuers because of their relationships and because of their just the tradition of how big these names are on Wall Street. I think that's going to play a big role. Obviously they're advertising and they're trying to get people in terms of like the retail investors who might find an ad to be interesting, but I think if we're really being honest with ourselves, they're going to compete not just on fees, but just liquidity and trading volume. And a lot of them, if they can direct a ton of funds here and they've got a ton of assets under management, it's going to be about those flows.
Hey, I think another way people might differentiate or fund. There may be people out there that see that they don't win first or second place, but they offer a different custody solution. I think you could see people get creative because, quite frankly, is it 29 basis points or 0.2? Like, I'm more interested in the product and the service, right? I don't think there's just going to be one product. And there's still gold ETFs, right, Natalie, that function. They're not the monster, but they provide some other service.
Well, yeah, like there's a gold ETF that specifically custodies the gold in Switzerland because people trust that more. And so you're right. I mean, that's why actually Fidelity, I think, is going to be in the top 2 with BlackRock, and they have their own custody, and they've been in the Bitcoin game since like 2014. And I applaud Abby. I think that that's a very well-run company, and candidly, I am a customer of Fidelity, so I think that they're going to do really well. But 8 out of the 11 applications are with Coinbase, so. Obviously, Coinbase is sort of the winner in this whole entire ETF race as well. But yeah, they're going to compete in all sorts of ways. One of them, I forgot if it was Van Eck or Bitwise, promised that it's going to donate a portion of the profits from the fees to Bitcoin core developers. So they're getting kind of creative, and we saw them drop fees from the initial announcements from the fee structures that were shared last week in the filing. So they're trying to get investors and they're trying to get the liquidity as fast as they can.
I brought Mike Alford up. Mike, good to see you, buddy. Always interested in your thoughts on things. How are you feeling about all this?
Great, actually. I don't think anything's changed. We just got 2 test runs. We got a test run with a fake report from some fake analyst who doesn't even work at Matrixport, saying there would be no ETF. And so we saw the price action for that. And now we've seen the price action for a fake approval. I think it's clear, no matter which way you look at it, that the flow dynamic is not priced in. I think the moment that I saw that tweet, I didn't feel anything, I didn't think anything. I just said, wait a second, BlackRock and Fidelity are going to be buying Bitcoin in the open market tomorrow. And I was like, if that's real, like none of this shit even matters. Like none of the short-term trading dynamics, none of the market maker shenanigans, none of the long or short liquidations, none of the stupid tweets from crypto bro people on Twitter. Like they don't matter, because if $3 or $5 or $7 billion goes into those products, then those firms are going to be in the market via their authorized participants buying spot Bitcoin and creating a sort of permanent long-term bid that looks a lot like what baby boomers have with 401k plans. People often complain, traders, like the S&P is so manipulated and blah, blah, blah. And it sort of is, because there's just this natural organic flow of capital, stupid money basically, people who have no idea what they're doing, that just comes in every 2 weeks via their paycheck into the S&P 500. And we will have that now as a structural long-term component of the Bitcoin market. So there's really not a lot to add. I think impressively, Natalie just hit on like all of my talking points plus some. Natalie knows the traditional market. Natalie knows Bitcoin. Natalie is a fearless person in the Bitcoin space. I admire her a lot. I can't believe how much she knows about this stuff. But so anyway, there's not a lot to add, candidly. She kind of nailed all the key components. And I think what we'll see is tomorrow, if we do get the final approval, what are the trading dynamics on Thursday and Friday? And what I'm looking for is $3, $4, $5 billion of flows, some large chunk of that to BlackRock within the next kind of 3 or 4 trading days. And if that happens, then we're off to the races.
While I got you, Mike, and I appreciate Natalie's comments and your perspective always, beyond Bitcoin, if this is launched, approved tomorrow, announced tomorrow, and traded on Thursday, what happens to the associated publicly traded stocks in this space? Miners, Coinbase, etc.
Well, that's an open question in the short term. I mean, we've already seen some signaling over the last 7 or 8 trading days from MicroStrategy, Coinbase, the miners, that there's kind of a solve the news dynamic in the very short term, because we now have super liquid regulated proxies for Bitcoin. You don't have to trade GBTC or BITO anymore. You can buy the BlackRock product or the Fidelity product, and that may suck some wind, some oxygen out of the room in the very short term. But as I said to you before, Jason, the steep part of the curve, the inflection that you're really going to be looking for, is sort of the back half of next year, after the halving this year, actually. Back half of this year, forgetting it's 2024. That when we actually see the kind of true bull cycle going, all of those equities, especially the levered equities, the miners that achieve operating leverage relative to a rising price of Bitcoin, they should all rip in the back half of next year. I have no idea what they do tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, next week. It's too short term. The technical dynamics in the very short term could be quite negative if a lot of capital kind of gets sucked out of the room and goes into the ETFs in the first week or two, which actually, for the long-term sustainability of this market, and to create kind of institutional support for these new products, that might not be the worst thing, to have kind of Coinbase, MicroStrategy, the large miners kind of languish for a few weeks while these products get to scale or start to move towards scale, and then they'll sort of follow along and catch up over the following weeks, months, quarters. So again, no idea exactly. Like, it's totally possible the miners completely rip between now and the end of the week. Like that could happen too, but I would discount that a little bit. There's only so many dollars that can go into the space right now. I think that dynamic changes post-approval. Like, there's a bunch of institutions who will be more interested in allocating here a month from now than they are today, but that takes time for that to play out.
Mike, if your scenario is they do $3 billion, then you make me really happy, dude, because I think $30 billion has to come into this market this year. It doesn't have to, but that's the number to me that really says, oh, wow, the flows are really here. That's the real validation to me. And if you're saying 3 to 5 on the first, say, call it month, that's about the time it would take to deploy all that funding, don't you think?
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, did you take a job as an analyst at Standard Chartered? Because
I did not, my boy.
So I thought maybe you wrote the report.
Dude,
it's pretty
that's
good.
Crazy report, right? And they're conservative, man. They're not over the top. $100 billion. They said in the first year, correct?
Yeah, they that was their kind of it was 50 to 100 was their estimate. I mean, I posted the first page of the report. I got the report from them in the morning yesterday, and I posted just the first page of it. Just keep in mind, though, they've been wrong about pretty much everything, as has every bank. Goldman Sachs has been wrong about everything. Citibank has been wrong about everything. Bank of America has been wrong about everything. So I kind of posted because it's fun to see what these banks are saying. The fact they're even writing research reports on it is the cool thing.
Totally.
I discount everything they say because they're not crypto natives. They don't actually understand Bitcoin from a fundamental standpoint, in my opinion. And so, like, you've got to discount everything that all these banks say.
But I know who's reading those reports, and they're people that have a lot of money.
You're not wrong about that, sir. You're not wrong about that.
This product's going to be sold in a way that's never been sold before. It's going to be professionally sold. And I think some people won't even know it's being allocated to them.
Is anybody else bullish after all this? Like, all the news that could have happened in the last hour, and we saw very little volatility. I mean, that's basically what you guys are saying with the flows coming in. Like, this all means nothing. But I think it's even more bullish, because if it had all gone to plan, there wouldn't have been that extra, thing thrown at us. There's not this extra variable. And, all of the trades that people were planning on making might have already happened today very quickly. So that if it does get approved, it's just going to be strength, because it gets that volatility out immediately.
You think people are waiting on the actual approval to put on trades?
Well, I think yeah. I think that obviously
the price action didn't really reflect that today with the false news.
Yes.
I would expect to see huge moves if there was money sidelined right now, and we didn't see any of that at all.
I think that's really kind of a silly strategy when it's pretty much a done deal. I mean, the thing's coming, right? Who's waiting until they actually hits the news wire to actually put on the position when it'll be $2,000 or $3,000 higher?
You could have had somebody trying to squeeze a short-term 1 hour candle.
It was 40. What was it? 48 to down to 44.6, 44.7. That's it was a 10% wick.
That's nothing. I mean, you want to see a wick, it's going to be a 30% wick.
Yeah,
if there was money sidelined. It would be a huge squeeze.
And it was a wick because the Gary Gensler came out and instantly refuted it. That was why you had the wick. He instantly came out within 5 minutes and said he was compromised.
Joe, I'm really glad you're here. First of all, thanks for joining the stage. I wanted to speak with you directly and ask your opinion on this because words are important, and you as the litigator, you use words correctly, and you understand the significance. Could you look at the tweet that Gary put out? And he used the word compromised, not hacked, compromised. And if in fact this ETF has been approved already, and he's come out and said, hey, the SEC and my account, whatever, have been compromised, there is no approval. Does that really matter? Or has he done something like doubly wrong here?
Well, listen, I don't hold the SEC in generally high regard. There are many people, I will say, at the SEC who I do hold in high regard, but I would say the head chiefs for this administration I do not hold in high regard. Put it that way. With that being said, you have to assume that they are carefully parsing language and putting it out there, and you're exactly right. Words have consequence. That being said, in this environment where speed kills, I do not discount the fact that some person could easily get on Gensler's feed and have to correct this. I mean, I don't even know if he posted the one on his own feed. So there's not a whole lot we can really read into it. It could be incompetence. It could be poor word choice. It could have been a very perfectly chosen word. The thing I will note is that if you take the words that he said on his own Twitter feed at face value, it, in my opinion, does not imply that approval is not imminent within the next 24 hours. That's my interpretation.
Is there a scenario, because you know how efficient agencies are, where this thing hasn't been approved yet, and it's actually going to be approved tomorrow and traded the next day?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so what about what's the likelihood of another scenario which I posed, which this thing has already been approved, say last week, and all of this work is in preparation for an announcement on Wednesday?
Well, okay, so let's talk about approval, right? So the commission has to actually meet, and it's technically something where there has to be notes taken, right? They have to take a formal vote. That being said, if you're familiar with government bureaucracies or even small town bureaucracies, when the local commissioners come in to vote on a certain thing, it's a done deal 90% of the time. If you ever go to city council meetings, the amount of votes with actual dissents is nil. They almost always have sort of wink, wink. Here's how we're voting on this through backroom handshakes and deals. So when you say has it been already approved, I take that to mean has they gone through the formal vote in a meeting setting? Probably not. Have there been very clear discussions, perhaps off the record, where they've basically said we're letting this through? I would bet very heavily on that based on all of the resources. There are put it this way, there are as many as 24 people working on this at the SEC currently, in the last week, that have tried to get all of these different ducks in a row. Because think about it, you have to communicate with so many different issuers, and you have to constantly keep updating and revising the comments and looking at every single aspect of this and running it by the decision makers, and then going back and then running the redrafts past the decision makers. There's considerable manpower and resources, and then for them to devote all that and say, oh, just kidding, we're going to delay till March. That seems just, I guess it's possible, but it does not seem plausible.
But that's my point, though, that it seems highly unlikely that they could position this unless there is, in fact, a scheduled formal meeting tomorrow where they get the formal vote. I can see that scenario. It just, I don't know. It just seems like that's already in the bag, and it's more of launch preparation to get to T0.
Right. It is more of launch preparation. I think that's correct. I mean,
and that's why, and I'm sorry to cut you off, and that's why this tweet, which was not crafted by one person, it was approved and run through the whole comms committee, in my opinion, and probably preloaded to go out tomorrow, was misfired.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the language is vague and ambiguous, right? In my world, that's never a good thing. When he says it's compromise can mean that, somebody came in outside the SEC, somebody internally at the SEC did something without permission. People have used compromise in many corporate scandals I've been involved with. That's like, oh, we were compromised. Well, you weren't really compromised. Somebody just jumped the gun. That's not really necessarily compromised. But there is some language in the original tweet that gave me pause. Let me just pull it up because this is why I think that there may be a possibility of a hack. Give me 1 second.
And while Joe's looking that up, and this is not about any type of me trying to gain, exposure. I did put a tweet out 48 minutes ago asking Elon Musk, did Gary Gensler or the SEC lose control of their Twitter account? It's directed at Elon Musk. I'd love for him to answer. I think it's very simple. Did Gary Gensler or the SEC lose control of their Twitter account? It answers so many questions for us. Just answer the question.
Jason, I have something real quick on that that I think is relevant here. If you looked earlier, they've unliked the posts now, but there were multiple posts that the SEC account had liked that were basically like degen, Bitcoin's gonna pump, we're all like literally just degen Bitcoin posts that the SEC's account had liked. And I mean, to me, that kind of leans more towards some sort of a compromise of the account external to the actual organization. That's at least my take on it.
No, I love that. But again, I think it would be unbelievably quick for them to regain control of an account. If you've ever been SIM swapped, if you've ever had an account hacked with your passwords changed, it takes time to get it back. Usually, we've seen all of Twitter been hacked before. I've been around where all the top accounts, Natalie, were you here for that when all the top accounts were saying insane things on Twitter?
Well, yeah, I mean, my friend Mark Moss lost his account, and I don't even know if he has access to it again, but he sent his, identity verification to Twitter, and they still wouldn't give him access. So, I mean, to your point, if it was hacked, they got it back very, very quickly, and it is something that Elon would be able to verify.
Hey, Jason, but if it was hacked, though, I mean, somebody would not have swapped the password. So the password would have remained the same. They would have just had the account compromised. So unless they swapped the password and they were hacked, like that tweet, they would have had to swap the password before they made the tweet, and then they would have been alerted. It's kind of far-fetched to think that's what's going through their mind. You know?
Joe, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So the language that I spotted, okay, that leads me to believe there at least is some probability that this was in fact a hack, is if you read the actual prepared tweet, right? It says the approved Bitcoin ETFs will be subject to ongoing. Or sorry, the sentence before that. Today, the SEC grants approval for Bitcoin ETFs for listing on all registered national securities exchanges. Okay, that language there, the all registered national securities exchanges, does not make sense. And let me explain to you why. Each one of the ETFs, and you can go look at Safert's tweet or other ones about this, they each are listed on specific exchanges. Okay, that's how the exchange activity works. One's NYSE. There's many of them on CBOE. Then there's two on the NASDAQ, but they're not all listed on all registered securities exchanges. So for Gensler to use that language, that's not how the SEC talks. They don't say it's going to be listed on all registered national securities exchanges. So that leads me to believe that at least it's probably more likely than not the account really was just compromised. This was not a prepared tweet.
I love how attorneys look at things, and I appreciate your perspective, Joe. Like I could look at that 1,000 times and never deduce what you instinctively see. I appreciate that insight because I think it's critical. If it was hacked, are they responsible for the liquidation of what I'm stating is greater than $300 million in that 20 minutes, Joe?
Well, you know what? I'll tell you this, anyone listening who has suffered losses, right?
Wow.
As you know, Jason,
Vicious.
At the end of the day, there's no barrier to you filing a suit and making that claim against the SEC. And if somebody wants to file that and pursue it and make the argument and then get discovery on, what exactly did they do? Did Gary Gensler write password on his desktop and some intern walked by and compromised the account? I'm kidding somewhat, but you get discovery, and I don't know. Maybe that claim, maybe there's defenses that can get it thrown out in a motion to dismiss. But that's why we have the court system, and I do know there are many cases that I thought I could get thrown out on a motion to dismiss, but we ended up getting engaged in costly discovery for both sides for a long time. So we'll see what happens.
Joe,
Richard
I'm
Hart
hearing you.
filed that, by the way. I put it up top.
Joe, I'm hearing you say that's not an outlandish strategy for someone if they took losses.
Yeah, I'm not going to give specific legal advice. To be clear, but I'm just telling you, there are outlandish suits that are much worse than this one that I've seen filed and actually have success.
And I can't get into specifics, Gary, and Joe, you may have read my lawsuit against AT&T.
Yes.
But I was the victim of a SIM swap, and we were, as you know, Joe, we were very successful at going through discovery and winning over and over in every court. They were not able to throw our claims out.
Yeah, and I know, not speaking particularly about your cases, but I know others involved in SIM swaps. And if you look at the terms and conditions, they will throw up 9 different terms and conditions why they are not responsible or not liable, and they have limitations on damages, limitations in waivers. Guess what? Just because you have it in the contract doesn't mean you can't file the suit and have discovery and fight over it. And like I said, you'd be surprised. Some judges are they are loath to just dismiss cases outright. They think, let's give them discovery, let's see where things are at, if there are any bodies buried, and so forth.
Jason or Gary, let's get James Seyfert up here. He's one of the Bloomberg analysts that's been covering this and doing a really great job.
Is he in the room?
Yeah.
Where are you here? Thank you, Natalie. I don't always look at...
JSEYFF, James Seyfert. He's in the room.
Cool. I'll bring him up.
Yeah, I hope you guys check out our interview. I talked to him and Eric Balchunas, who have been tracking all the developments and posting all the filings and the updated, documents that have been filed from the issuers to the SEC. So he might have some good insight here.
Yeah, I saw that interview. I loved it. You did an awesome job, and so did James and Eric. I thought it was great. James, I've brought you up, buddy. Glad to have you.
Hey, James.
Hey, guys. How's it going? This was a fun evening, huh? Is anyone here going to take Joe's advice and file a lawsuit against the SEC?
I gave no advice. If the compliance people are listening, I gave no advice.
Yeah, from our point of view, based on I've reached out to everyone I kind of know involved in what's going on here on the Bitcoin ETF front, and no one has heard anything from the SEC since all this went down. But that said, everything seemed to be on point as recently as this afternoon with all the steps for. Everyone was expecting approval tomorrow and then list on Thursday. So my assumption right now is that's probably still going to be the case. But who the hell knows based on what happened this evening. But right now it looks like I can't imagine that the SEC is going to throw away. I don't even know how many hours of work that they've put in, let alone that the issuers have put in, just because of this situation. My basic assumption and our basic assumption is that nothing has changed here. We're still looking for 19B4 approval orders tomorrow and probably listing on Thursday morning.
James, did that original tweet give you pause based on what Joe said earlier? The way that they worded it, were you like, oh, that doesn't sound right?
So I read it like 3 times. I was also I was in the green room to go on Bloomberg Radio's YouTube show. So I was reading this live as I'm trying to figure it out, and I went 4 times. I have alerts set on for that account. So at first I was like, oh, this is probably a fake account. And I was like, wait a minute, I got a push alert. Like, obviously I'm following the right account. So there was a lot of hesitation. And I immediately went to the SEC website where the approvals on those 19B4 orders would be posted. And the website was crashing. And I didn't get any alerts to show 19B4s. And I was like, this seems really fishy. Maybe somebody tweeted that a little earlier than they were supposed to. But, I mean, yeah, it seemed somewhat fishy. I was never 100% confident. But, yeah, I don't know. It's obviously not a good look. I just would love to find out. Eventually, we're going to get to the bottom of whether or not someone inside the SEC did this or they were actually fully compromised. And I look forward to that day.
There's never a moment in this industry that's not like one of the greatest shows on earth. It's like a rock show combined with a soap opera from the 70s and a Kardashian gig. It's hilarious. And you get Peter Schiff every now and then. It's amazing. Good to have you guys, by the way.
Hey, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe's hand's up there, Gary. I don't know.
I just wanted to quickly comment that this incident with the tweet, regardless of the cause of the genesis of it, it doesn't really give them statutory authority to somehow extend or delay ARC's filing. So I mean, the notion that this could be used as some people are pumping out on Twitter that this is a basis for delaying it to March or something. There's not a statutory authority to do that based on even a compromised account, as they say. So I don't really see how this could be, the proximate cause of them somehow delaying the approval. Either it was going to get approved or wasn't.
James, Joe, and I and others were talking about the flows. What do you predict flows are in, say, first 90 days, then through the end of the year, if you have an idea?
So, based on all the stuff we're hearing, there's a lot of capital that's lined up on the sidelines here, probably in the billions, ready to buy in. The question is that money net new money, just cash, or is that money an exposure that is already invested in Bitcoin in some way, whether it's through an international ETF or a private trust or somebody else, and they're just going to basically convert it and port it over to the ETF in a bid to help out whoever they're going to help out, whether it's BlackRock, Fidelity, Bitwise, you name it. So a lot of people have been waiting for the ETF wrapper to use it in their systems. So they've probably lined people up that have Bitcoin exposure or some similar exposure that they're going to move over. So the question is, how much of this new flow that we're likely to see in the first couple days or week is actually like net new buying of Bitcoin? And that I don't know. Like we're thinking like 10 to 15, like $15 billion roughly that will happen in the first years, I guess. So we're way lower than some of the other numbers that I've heard out there from some big names. That said, the flows that we're talking about, one thing I keep seeing people getting mixed up. Flows is how we measure like organic demand for the product, right? Assets can go up with new organic flows, or it can go up with price appreciation of the underlying asset, Bitcoin in this case. So if Bitcoin goes on a massive run, we could see a massive run up in the assets in Bitcoin ETFs. But I just don't see the $50-100 billion inflows that people are talking about coming to ETFs. At least not initially. Like maybe we can talk long term, and that might be more possible. Long term, anything can happen. But more immediate term, like to put a ceiling like on where we're thinking things could be. Our thought process is these things will be 1 to 2% of the ETF market over the coming years. The current ETF market is around $8 trillion in the U.S. Gold ETFs, if you look at gold ETFs as an analogous solution, they have about $95 billion in AUM in the U.S. And that's a very successful category. So like even just going to like 50 billion in AUM, which is likely where we think things are going to go, because you're going to port over Grayscale's 30 billion current and some other stuff. That's a very successful niche category in the ETF industry. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Hey, James, real quick, I got to jump in a second, but thanks for jumping up. I had a question for you. There seems to be some daylight between you and your colleague Eric. I caught a tweet about how Eric seems to think that GBTC might get kicked or might not launch with the others. I know that's not your view, but can you explain that, or am I misinterpreting that?
No, yeah. I mean, so Eric doesn't think like, oh my God, this is definitely going to happen, and we're like arguing over it. He thinks that the odds of it happening are much higher than I do. And the whole thought process there is simply around fairness, right? So the SEC has, since they approved the Bitcoin futures ETF and they let ProShares go first, ticker BITO, BITO, it absolutely dominated the ETF landscape for a couple days and now dominates the Bitcoin futures ETF landscape. They have 97% of the assets, 97% of the liquidity and trading volume. So basically, the SEC was a kingmaker by letting them go out first. They don't want to do that again. So if you look at the Ethereum futures ETFs, which I know you guys don't really care about, but the ETH futures ETFs, they did everything in their power to possibly stop everyone who was trying to go out first and get a head start, because a head start really does matter, and BITO showed it. And the SEC basically pulled out all the stops to not let that happen. So the theory is the SEC doesn't want to pick a winner, but if you let Grayscale's GBTC go out on day one with everybody else at $30 billion in assets and $350 million in daily liquidity and trading over the counter, poured it onto the New York Stock Exchange as an ETF, you're essentially handing them the crown as well. So that's Eric's theory. He's
That's it.
That's it. So he thinks
So the kind of litigation that's going to invite if they were to do that.
Exactly why I'm on your side, Joe. I don't think it's going to happen. And also, honestly, with Grayscale leaving fees all the way up at 1.5%, I don't even think they're going to get the crown automatically either anymore.
Well, James, that's the signal, from my perspective, that they know they're in that position. They've already run the numbers, and they didn't have to adjust down their price. That's the signal. I think your thumbs up means you probably agree with that.
Yeah, so essentially, in the ETF world, it's hard to steal market share, and it's nearly impossible to steal market share in liquidity. So you can steal assets. We see ETFs come in, and then there's a S&P 500 ETF charging 3 bips. One comes out and charges 2 bips. All of a sudden, it gets the vast majority of the flows the following year.
It's not stealing, it's fucking open market, tabarnak. Arrête,
What's
là.
very hard to steal is liquidity. Once
Fuck
traders
you.
have gotten used to trading in one ticker and using that ticker for that type of exposure, it's very hard to steal that away. So there's a reason why SPY,
S'il y a un
the
meilleur
first
fee,
ETF,
c'est
and
tout
the
le
S&P
monde va en
500
qu'il y a un
ETF,
meilleur
it
fee.
charges about 10 bips, which
C'est
doesn't sound like a
une
lot, but we have
commodité, je veux dire,
IBV
c'est quoi
and
tu
Brew
dis
and
là,
other things that
câlisse?
charge 2 and 3 bips, that it doesn't matter. SPY still dominates the trading volume because that's what everyone uses. So Grayscale is betting essentially that for the most part, yeah, they're probably not going to be able to compete with everyone, but most of the money's not going to leave. Money does tend to be sticky, and also traders are going to be attracted to GBTC. I actually have a theory that I think, so Grayscale, this is just a theory, tinfoil hat on, so don't take this to heart too much, but Grayscale they own the ticker BTC. They're the ones that own it. So they're going to launch a fund at some point with the ticker BTC. My theory is something that a lot of ETF issuers have done in the past, including State Street with SPY, is they basically leave the more profitable version that everyone is used to using, and then they launch a much cheaper version that people will use for long-term buy and hold for advisors. So SPY has SPLG, which I think is 2 basis points, does the same exact... State Street has SPLG, which does the same exact thing as SPY, but charges like 1/4 of the price. There's also examples of iShares doing this with emerging markets ETFs, and there's gold ETFs from both iShares and State Street that do the same thing. So State Street has GLD. It's still one of the most highest revenue generating ETFs in the world. It's the gold ETF, and they left that thing at 40 bips, even though they have a competitor, their own sibling, GLDM, which is much smaller, has nowhere near the liquidity profile, but only charges 10 basis points. So literally a quarter. So I think that Grayscale might do something like that, where they leave GBTC at 1.5% and then launches something much cheaper that people can use as a portfolio long-term allocation. But there's no signs that that's definitively what they're going to do. It's just what I've always thought they should do, and I have the tweets to prove it from 2021. But we'll see if that's what's happening. I can't fathom any other reason why they would leave at 1.5%. Even if
it wouldn't be catastrophic to their business not to even enter the ETF, would it? I would think it'd be more concerning if you were BlackRock or Fidelity if Grayscale's out there. You're right, man. Maybe their strategy is, hey, we're not going to discount ourselves. They don't even have the scale near BlackRock or Fidelity, so they can't compete on price.
Yeah, I think so. I'm shocked that they left it at 1.5. Like, even if they did this, I thought they would drop it to like 90 bips or something. Things over 1% do not sell in the ETF terror dome, as we call it. It's very cutthroat. Advisors don't buy it. But obviously, Grayscale thinks that it's worth it for them, and that's what they're going to do. Sorry, I got a call. That said, we got we've gotten a bunch of different. Sorry.
It's all their tax info, right? Because they can see the basis for who holds the shares, and that's the reason they're banking on people not wanting to pay taxes and taxable accounts and switching.
Exactly.
Right. That's
exactly. They're a cash cow. They want to stay that way.
James, a quick question about the way that these ETFs are structured. As I understand it, they're cash creates, so you have to buy in with cash, and then the ETF holds Bitcoin, and then you go out with cash if you trade it. Grayscale has an opportunity to roll actual Bitcoin in, so it's almost like they get the in-kind opportunity. How can someone like BlackRock, you had said something about pledges or seeding, can they come to market with AUM right out of the gate somehow?
So that's the thing. So you're correct on the cash and in kind. With Grayscale, they're unique because they don't actually have to move the Bitcoin out of the trust. So right now the trust is existing and they're wrapping an ETF technology around it is the way to think about it. So their benefit is the fact that they can port that over. Everyone else doesn't have that. But what I was talking about is all these other ETFs, they're going to be seeded with some amount of capital. They have to have some amount of money in there. Some of them already have like a couple $1,000s in there, $100,000, and it's just sitting in cash. Typically what will happen is that's called seed capital, and they'll buy the asset a day or two before. So if this thing's trading on Thursday, it's likely that some of these issuers are going to be buying Bitcoin tomorrow. But what's better for them, and what BlackRock has been known to do in the past, is they'll seed with a few $1 million, which they'll buy Bitcoin the day before, maybe even 2 days before. They could have been buying today. There's no way to know for sure, assuming they're all still expecting to launch on Thursday. What's better is to have even more money lined up so that on day one, it comes into the fund. So that's going to show up on everyone's screen as liquidity. It's going to show up as flows. It's going to show up as volume. And that is basically everyone's going to try to differentiate themselves. So you see a lot of people talking about seed capital. Yes, that seed capital is going in. It's going to go in as cash, and then the issuers have to buy the Bitcoin, or at least the agents that are working for those funds have to buy the Bitcoin. So however much money comes into these funds tomorrow, or Thursday or Friday, or whenever these launch, it's going to go in as cash, and then the funds themselves will have to execute and buy Bitcoin. The only thing here is, like I said, we don't know how much of this money that's going to come in is net new buying of Bitcoin versus swapping an already existing exposure. But by having a bunch of clients and people ready, waiting in the wings to go day one or day two and buy this thing, it looks way better than just launching. Because if you launch with $50 million, yeah, that looks good. Your AUM's there, but that does nothing for your volume and liquidity, and it doesn't show up as flows in most platforms.
See, that's the thing I'm trying to unpack with you is what is the pledge, though? And I understand the cash coming in, but how does it not look like new capital flowing into Bitcoin and rip the price? Like that's my point. Like, what is the scenario where we get capital going into a spot Bitcoin ETF, but we don't have price impact?
So So one, I do think there will be price impact, but here's an example, right? Say you're an institution or you're a hedge fund and you have spot Bitcoin exposure. Your spot Bitcoin exposure is via the Purpose ETF up in Canada, and you have 50 million there. What you're going to do when these things list is you're going to sell your exposure, aka sell the ETF in Canada, and then you're going to buy the whatever ETF whoever you're partnered with, one of these other issuers. So that's not net new buying of Bitcoin because you're putting a sell order on the market, and then there's also a corresponding buy order. So they're probably, who knows? There's no way for us to know leading into this what the impact will be or how much of this again is net new capital. But I can pretty much guarantee you a lot of this will be kind of recycling money from different exposures. So I'm expecting to see outflows from some of those Canadian ETFs when these things launch, and I'm expecting to see outflows from GBTC, to be quite frank. So I think GBTC, particularly if they go in the first day, you're going to see a lot of money come out of this thing, and I bet you some of that money is going to find its home right in one of these other ETFs that's competing with it now.
I mean, MSTR has been selling off quite a bit as well. I mean, that's probably some of that flow too.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you a question about the irregularities on the tweet you mentioned? I was looking at, Gary usually says, he doesn't say ETF, usually says exchange traded fund. He always puts a link, doesn't usually use, the tags like that. And then if you zoom on one of the pictures, it almost looks like it was Photoshop. And then there's the likes, the weird likes. Do you think the combination of all those things, like that adds up to some stuff that seems irregular?
Yeah, I mean that, and the other comment I made earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, but it also says that the ETFs will be trading on all national registered securities exchanges. That does not. They're not. They're changing. They're trading. Each one of them is trading on a specific exchange. So that language is not. It's not.
Yeah, like you said, he's very careful with the stuff that he says. Like it's very carefully crafted normally for him too. They never post
he usually does
without
videos.
a link.
He usually does videos these days. I mean, I would not be surprised if he's got a video planned when these things launch. That seems to be his preferred mechanism of trying to communicate with people. I don't know why. I don't think the videos are particularly good.
Because he's got so much hair, bro.
There you go. Yeah.
And so my other question for you, Joe, is that everybody says, oh, it's either hacked or is a draft. But the third option is kind of what he's saying in his tweet is compromised. So intern or it's brute force, boyfriend of somebody who, let me go to the bathroom, they have access to the computer, or they planned this 6 months ago. Isn't that another possibility that they didn't have to hack anything? If they had, like I've had access to my boyfriend's stuff. If you don't change the password, they don't know. You can just log in, do whatever. That kind of, people can do that. It's not that hard.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. CoinDesk is saying SEC unknown person had access to X account that has been fixed. 634. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was asking Joe. Is I thought that was maybe it's neither a draft and neither a hack. Somebody just had access through, incompetency.
Well, whatever. But that is. I mean, if it's an unknown person, respectfully, I think that's a hack. So you can say it's an elementary hack. They just read the password off the bottom of Gensler's desk or something. But it's still you're getting into something where you don't belong. It's unauthorized access.
Unauthorized, yeah. I guess I'm thinking of hack as like they broke something, but if they just had the password, and they didn't hack it or whatever, brute force it or something, I guess that's what I'm thinking of. So yeah, I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, definitely not it doesn't seem like a brute force type thing.
Trying to bring Bruce up here. Bruce, if you see the invite, come on up.
This has been great. I have to hop off, guys, but thanks so much for having me. James, you rock. Thank you so much for the interview this week. I hope everyone checks it out. Jason, Gary, always a pleasure. And everyone,
you guys follow Natalie. She's awesome. Follow Natalie.
Sure tomorrow will still be the news we want to hear.
Thanks, Natalie.
Thanks, Natalie. Take care.
You guys follow her if you're not following her. She's awesome.
Yeah, incredible stuff, Gary. The price of Bitcoin's holding right around 46,000. So,
I mean, this reminds me of the day it went up and went down, even before the time somebody else was talking about. We've had so many of these incidents; they're almost tells. So, we're gonna see, guys. We're gonna see what else we got to talk about. Anything? We got Construct up. Come on up, man. Got your hand up? Sam Price is in the room. Come on up, bro.
Yeah, hey guys. Everyone should follow Gary Cardone as well. And on YouTube, I've been watching all the podcasts. I was just going to add, you guys were talking a lot about the flows and stuff via the ETF. Do you guys think we are underestimating, like, with the ETFs getting approved, do you think there's going to be a lot of, like, foreign investment as well, whether that be government, like foreign governments themselves, who take their cue from the U.S. by seeing the government, like, validating it as an asset and acknowledging it through an ETF? Do you think there's going to be a lot of flows? Whether, I know there was like a lot of talk. I know there were rumors like Qatar putting in like $500 billion into Bitcoin. I don't know if that's, but I'm just saying, like, Middle Eastern countries with a lot of, cash reserves, or other countries in general. Do you think there would be a lot of foreign investment because of the ETF getting approved?
C'est un asset global, oui.
Want me to say anything there?
Ça va juste prendre du temps.
Can you hear me, Gary?
Pas en même temps, mais il y en a plein qui vont y aller.
I can hear you.
Yeah, my name's Sam Price. I study Bitcoin for a living, basically every day. I have a YouTube channel, but you know.
Hey Sam, hold on. What wasn't somebody else saying?
Yeah,
something?
he just asked us. And I wanted to.
Oh,
yeah.
Got it. Okay. I just didn't want you not. Sometimes there's a glitch. You might not have heard what they said.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
I usually don't introduce myself or say anything. I just jump in, but people want to know who I am. I'm Sam Price. I study YouTube. I'm on YouTube every day. So I do believe it will create an influx. But what I'm interested in, right, is the fact that once the ETF gets approved, you're going to see ETFs in altcoins. See, I'm excited more of how this spreads into other altcoins getting, and then in what you're saying, yes. And then you're going to have investments like Chainlink. This is going to put bigger altcoins as, more safer investments. Like, people already like Chainlink and other institutional investments, but this is going to be also good for altcoins, And I love Bitcoin, don't get me wrong. I keep most of my investments in Bitcoin, but this is going to create the whole space all around. I'm crazy. Today was crazy. Like, my mind is blown. I watched it go up, watched it come down. Right now, the SEC is investigating themselves for market manipulation. It's kind of funny. They do the one thing that they tell everyone else they shouldn't be doing. Like they investigate Elon and everyone else. How do you let your account get hacked? Like, there's the weirdest thing ever, right? And manipulate the entire market. At the same time, it's news. If you look at the charts, the 4-hour was supposed to come back to the 21, and that's exactly what happened. So it's kind of funny. Like the technicals played out exactly as they were supposed to play out. We all know, no matter what, you should zoom out and say anywhere between 45 and 35,000 is a steal. Like that's how you should be thinking right now. 35 to 45K is a steal. If it ever goes lower, 25 to 35K is a steal. These areas are where you should be grabbing as much cheap Bitcoin as you can possible. Like that to me is the name of the game. That is the goal. Anyone who got caught up in this news today, it's fun. It was awesome, but it shouldn't have changed your DCA strategy. You focus, you stay disciplined. You know what I mean? And that's what trading's about, not getting caught up in this news. But a lot of people probably lost a lot of money today too, trying to make a quick buck on leverage instead of just buying the asset, holding the real asset. A lot of people made tons of money on leverage, and then they parked that asset.
Imagine faire de l'argent sur le leverage puis après acheter le
spot. The
spot.
people that just bought Bitcoin and held Satoshis, they still have their money. So not your coins, not your wallet, not your keys, not your coins. So hold your stuff in a hardware wallet, self-custody, or get down with Node 40, whatever you got to do. But make sure you know what you got and make sure you're secure.
Glad to hear, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And I think, Sam, some may say that we offered Bitcoiners some really hard UI, UX experiences with private key management and seed phrases and, stamping 24 words on a seed plate and burying it in the backyard. It's not how people, typically move with tens of millions of dollars. So, wallet abstraction and the evolution of being able to potentially have real Bitcoin in your retirement that's custodied by adults that don't want to do it themselves is interesting, don't you think?
100%. One of my good friends, real estate investor, he's with me every day. We hang out all the time because we both get like a free moment throughout the day while he's doing his real estate. I take a break from the charts and we talk. And today we were hanging out and went to the car wash, and we're sitting talking. And I'm like, why don't you own Bitcoin? And today he's like, that ETF's getting approved. He goes, I'm going to buy some. I'm buying some, and I'm going to buy some right now. This is literally today, right? So he's like, how do I do it? I'm like, you open up a Coinbase. It's going to take a day. They'll verify your ID. And, he's like, as I'm telling him, I go through it all. Like, I was someone who was going to make it no matter what. Like, I was going to become a millionaire. No, I was going to either die or I was going to make it. Like, there was no way. So I don't care. Seed phrase, but that's me. I'm different. I'm a savage. These other people, like, that's too much for them. And I'm also a digital guy. Like, I build computers and all that, so I can get into tech and handle it. But these people cannot. 100% with you. It's almost not fair, and it's hard for adoption. You know what I mean? No one wants. He's like, what do you mean? He said to me,
impossible.
He said in the car, I do not want to. He goes, I can't memorize passwords. He goes, I don't want to memorize. He's 54 years old. He wants to buy a couple Bitcoins. He doesn't like this.
Sam, let me read the tea leaves. And he's probably a doctor and brilliant.
He's a real estate investor. No, but But super smart dude, yeah. Like he's not an
Yeah,
idiot.
no, it wasn't a dig. It wasn't
But
a dig. I'm just
he
saying,
doesn't
like,
fully understand
it's for
Bitcoin
people
too,
that
though.
can't
He
do
doesn't
it.
understand.
Right.
Like, no matter how much I tell him, I'm like, it's a real estate play, man. I'm like, it's getting scarce. I'm like, you're a real estate boss. Like, you know what? I said, this is the same thing you've been doing your whole life. He can't. He's still, but he's also he's a speculative guy, and he knows that he should hold things that other people like. So he's like, oh, I'll buy some Coinbase stock. I'll buy some, he's like, I'll hold it for 20 years and give it to my daughter. It's like, he's got the right idea. He doesn't have to understand it fully, but it's very hard to get these old timers to get in, for sure. Not old. He's not even that old. I'm just saying people that don't want to memorize all these C phrases. We got to have a custody service that grandma can jump on into and throw up.
100%. 100%. Miss Teen Crypto, welcome up. What's going on?
What up, Jason? Did you see I changed my name up here?
I know. I didn't know if I was supposed to call you Miss Teen Crypto. I expect you're not a teen anymore, so that's why I'm calling you Randy.
Yes, you have permission to say my name. It's all good, Jason. You can send me a fire emoji. It's all good. So basically, my thoughts on what Sam kind of brought up before about altcoins in relation to the ETF. I think, the reason why Gary Gensler is afraid to hit the go button is because if you look back on interviews of the Grayscale CEO, he basically said that once the Bitcoin ETF is approved, it kind of opens Pandora's box as to where he said he wants all of his digital trusts to become ETFs, and that includes things like Zcash, Solana, and Litecoin, all very different coins, privacy even jumping in there. And why would he have the trust if it wasn't something that he thinks wouldn't have kind of a regulatory positive outlook? So I think that's really why the whole drama is going down, and if they try to delay it again and all of this other type of stuff. But I do think altcoins are going to have their place in the ETF race, and definitely where people are going to start discovering not only is there just Bitcoin, because I think what people hear most on mainstream is like Bitcoin, maybe a little bit of ETH, but then they're going to start learning about what is this Solana, what's this Zcash, Litecoin stuff, what does it all mean, and they'll learn more about cryptocurrency and the whole ecosystem. So it's pretty interesting.
Just to jump in on that, okay?
Joe, I'm so glad you did that. I would love to hear a prediction on token ETFs in the United States. I think we're a long way from that.
Yeah, we'll start from the premise that there will absolutely be other digital asset ETFs. I have no doubt, okay? And the framework that has already been set forth, which I guarantee you they are carefully considering at this point, is they're going to favor commodity-based tokens as opposed to securities. And the thing that I disagree with, which the former speaker was just saying, is the chances of them approving a Solana ETF when there's active litigation against Coinbase, in which in the filing they say Solana is a security, it's an unregistered security, that it should not be trading, that is like slim to zero. Unless they completely lose abysmally, which is possible, right? They lost other suits, they could lose that suit. But it would make no sense for them to, any time in the near future, greenlight a Solana ETF when they have active litigation saying it's an unregistered security, and that Coinbase should be enjoined from future sales of the token and have to pay disgorgement of any profits.
You know what's interesting about that, Joe, is because in the KuCoin case, they just had to pay a fine and everything. One of the things that they listed in the case was that Ethereum was a security, but at the same time, there's also filings and things in the works for an ETH ETF. So do they need the regulatory clarity in order to have the ETF? Is my question.
Yes. Absolutely need to. And
so is Gary Gensler going to come out and say ETH is a commodity at some point then? Which he's already previously said, but that was before he was chairman.
I think, I'll go to James in a second, but I think you get an ETH spot ETF. I don't think it's just going to be Bitcoin. I think you will get an ETH spot ETF. I think the groundwork is laid. I think they've intimated enough that they want to have that flexibility to bring that to market. The reluctancy on ETH is because of the transition to proof of stake, and they don't really know how to deal with that because the staking elements of it on some of these exchanges, they've already taken the position that is an investment contract because you're staking through an intermediary. You're not staking natively on the chain. So, for my purposes, before I hand it over to James, I think ETH is going to happen. It's just a question of when. The remainder of them, particularly the ones that are specifically named, and keep in mind, there's a lot of assets on Coinbase. They went out of their way to select only about, I think, 11 or 12 of them specifically. It's Matic, it's ADA, Sol. I can go through the whole list. Those ones, the chances of ETFs for those, I think, are probably the most remote of any in the digital asset space.
Yeah, I'll jump in and back everything Joe just said. I actually have to run, but I heard the question coming up, and so I was like, okay, I'll just stay and answer this before I run. Essentially, I'm completely with Joe, right? So the SEC the way I've viewed this is since this summer, the SEC has kind of pivoted on Bitcoin and Ethereum specifically. Bitcoin has always been on a pedestal. It's the one thing Gensler has always been willing to say is a commodity. He says it in front of Congress. He will not. He calls plenty of other crypto securities, but he will not call Ethereum a security anymore. He refuses to say it's a commodity though as well. But implicitly through their actions in allowing Ethereum futures to list as commodity futures on the CME, which are regulated by the CFTC, allowing Ethereum futures ETFs. There's a whole bunch of host of other things is reason why I think we also, I'm with Joe, I think we see a spot Ethereum ETF this year. Nowhere near as confident on that as I am on the spot Bitcoin side of things. That said, all the other tokens that we're talking about, you either need a massive court victory from somebody in the ecosystem or a literal act of Congress. And you likely need a new administration. You need somebody else running the SEC besides Gary Gensler. And even then, it's going to be hard. So it's Bitcoin, then ETH, and then I don't know how long the gap is, but it's going to be a long gap between anything else, in my view.
Probably Dogecoin.
That's so funny. James,
thanks for coming up, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, James, before you go, I hadn't had a chance to talk to you before. I really appreciate your insights, buddy. Look forward to it talking again.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Gary, I rotated the stage a whole bunch, and we got some new speakers up. So, Bruce, welcome.
My man, what's happening?
Man, exciting times. You know Gary?
Yeah, sort of. We've been on the stage a couple times, and we've talked a couple bit. I'm a big fan.
What's up, man?
How
Welcome.
you doing?
Hello, Bruce.
Meet
Hey, how's
Randy.
it going?
Randy, good to have you, sweetie.
Always good to see you, Gary.
Gary, there's a super top secret meeting of Bitcoiners called Satoshi Roundtable. You should go check that out. I'm not joking. It's
Are you setting me up, bro?
No, not at all. Not at all. You should check this thing out. It's very, very cool. It's not a conference. It's kind of set up in a way that's very casual, think boy stuff. A lot of learnings about Bitcoin, great networking. Bruce has been running it for like 10 years.
Cool. Tell us about it, Bruce.
Well, thanks, man. Yeah, it's its 10th year. I originally got the idea with Nick Carey from blockchain.info. We were at a conference like 11 years ago, and somebody came up. He was like in this deep convo about the wallet, and somebody came up and they said, "Hey, you're the CEO. Can you help me fix my wallet?" And he ends up messing with this guy on his phone for 15 minutes because you have to when you're the CEO. And then he said, "Man, we ought to have a conference with just speakers, no attendees." And I said, "That's a good idea." So that was the original idea. So we tried to create something kind of like a Sun Valley, retreat, kind of, quiet, invitation only, like tight security, this kind of stuff. And it worked. We did the first one 10 years ago. We've had some pretty historic ones. We had we've had kind of everybody in the industry has attended at some point, pretty much everybody who's, created a project, the CEOs of, all the major companies, Brian Armstrong, Jesse Powell, Charles Hoskinson, Vitalik, Adam Back, a whole bunch of Bitcoin devs. And then, like the premier of Bermuda, Ron Paul, William Shatner, neat, cool people that are interested in the space or in the space. And we keep it kind of, it's like
how many people go?
We limit it to we've grown it a little bit each year. We try and keep it, the goal is to keep it small enough that it's manageable. So this year will be the largest, probably about 350. Last year was like 320.
But that's easy to manage, man. 350 people, easy.
Yeah,
that's a good show. Actually, that's a great size show.
Yeah, it's a nice, and then with spouses and stuff. And then what we do is we rent an entire resort, the Waldorf Palm Jumeirah, in Dubai. This year we'll be doing it. We did the same one last year. We did a few years in the Caribbean, a few years in Mexico, but this resort worked well last year. And what's cool, we rent we do 5-day full buyout, every single room, every restaurant, every conference room. And then we just lock the whole thing down. So like last year, CZ was there. He doesn't normally go to regular conferences, and he certainly can't just walk around the hall and hang out. But with this one, he can, because these guys like it because, you can't even go to the coffee at the hotel. You can't get on the premises, so we had Minister of Economy. There was some pretty significant people from UAE, and it's cool. But we had like the block size debate. We had Roger Ver and Gavin Andreessen and Adam Back arguing about the block size back at Roundtable 2. We've had some neat history as part of this thing. So it's been fun.
How does somebody get an invite?
Well, you're invited. I can send you the deets. I mean, it's interesting. We've got I'm proud of the reputation. A lot of people think it's like really, really, really hard to get an invite, but it's not. I mean, if you're cool and you add value, and especially if somebody's not like, there's people who are like super psyched to get an invite, and then they're just kind of quiet, or they just additive. If somebody's additive or they're not, very rarely is there a negative. There's maybe only a couple people ever. There was one guy, I think it was Roundtable 1, who just drank way too much, so he didn't get invited back. But other than that, like, pretty much everybody's cool, and it's sort of self-selecting because a lot of people do referrals of their friends, and you have a nice mix of people who've been there. We have people like Eric Voorhees has come 9 times, so you have people who've been again and again and again, and then you get new people as well, and the industry's always changing. It's also sort of self-selecting because I've noticed, and I can't guarantee this, you never know what's going to happen, but it's been a little bit self-selecting of of people like Sam, who you would think, like, if you looked at the top 20, top 50, 100 list in the space, it's like everybody except him, so there's, and I like to think, and I might be wrong, it might just be coincidence, but I like to think it's because there's so many people in the room, it's a hard group to fool. So like in I think it was 4, there was like peak Tether FUD. Everybody's asking about Tether. And it was, I just mentioned Voorhees. It was actually Voorhees said, hey, let's do a panel. Like, is this a fraud? Is this a scam, or is it not? Let's find out once and for all. So that was a very popular panel. And we coincidentally had like the COO, the president, the founder, the past founder, the old CEO who left, who doesn't even work there anymore. You had the founder who didn't even work there anymore. You had competitors. You had lawyers. You had people like Fluffy Pony in the room and Jameson Lopp. People that you're never ever going to fool. And it was a huge popular panel. And it's like, and I was looking around that room. And at the end of the panel, the interesting thing is, Eric said, "Okay, raise your hand if you were concerned before and you're less concerned now, or raise your hand if you're still concerned." And like nobody was still concerned. So it was interesting. And I looked around that room and I said, "There's no way anybody could fool this room." There's like you got Marco Santoro, you got like all the lawyers and all the every you may be able to fool Adam Back, but you're not going to fool Adam Back and Jameson and whoever. So
and Jameson Lopp.
Right. I like that. I like that it's kind of and it's sort of the unconference. Everybody sort of goes in their own group. So you'll have like a Bitcoin maximalist section, you'll have a DeFi section, and it's fun.
Gary,
I'm proud of it.
You'll love it. He threw out Fluffy Pony, and I don't think you may not know who that is. It's this guy Riccardo Spagni, who was I guess the maintainer of the Monero project, but he got picked up by the 3-letter agency recently for like stealing money from an ice cream business. Bruce, help me here.
Oh, sadly, it was coincidentally. So he was like the main guy with Monero. He's like known as Mr. Monero, long time OG in the space. And coincidentally, it was actually on the way to this event that he got in trouble. It was like 3 years ago, I believe. It's all public information. But he got. This is so weird and suspicious. How weird does this sound? The most public famous face related to Monero.
Yeah.
He's a well-known OG. Gets stopped by the feds. Listen to what he got stopped for. They claimed that 12. They said that they had an arrest warrant for him from South Africa, and they claimed that 12 years earlier he stole 10 grand from somebody in South Africa. And I'm like, Fluffy Pony's a pretty wealthy guy, and it's just the whole thing, and since when does the feds get involved with an extradition case for somebody over a decade-old accusation for 10 grand? It just seemed fishy. Anyway,
it was $100K from a cookie business. No, it's so ridiculous. I have to make sure we're spot on. It was $100K from a cookie business, Gary, the cookie business.
Has anybody heard from him or anything? Because I remember I spoke to him a few times on Clubhouse and stuff like that. Has anybody heard from him?
I talk to him once in a while. He's low key. He's dealing with these, he's basically, from my understanding, he had to go back to South Africa to get this thing dismissed or whatever, and it's extremely slow there. It's like, okay, come back in 6 months, come back in 9 months kind of thing. So he's got to kind of fix it there. But as far as I know, he's okay.
Tell him I
Miss
said
him.
hello the next time you speak to him.
Okay.
I hope the cookies were worth it, Gary.
The cookies?
Yeah, the cookies.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, he stole $100,000 from a cookie business.
Yeah,
real cookies.
Yeah, I don't even know why we're talking about that guy. That's where I got a little bit lost. I'm like, really? What the fuck are you talking about?
Gary,
that was the segue, man.
You had me at Dubai. You needed to add a private jet in there somewhere where 18 of us would all go together. And then you brought this guy up. I'm like, wow, the price of this ticket's going to be cheap.
No, it's just interesting. The 10-year evolution of Bitcoin. There's been a lot of cast of characters, Gary, and
totally.
Bruce knows all of them, so it's fun. And there were regular names until he said Fluffy Pony. I just wanted to expand on that. I doubt you have a name like that, Gary. I mean, do you have do you have a nickname?
I mean, listen. Now that I'm single, dude, if a beautiful woman wants to call me Fluffy Pony,
yeah.
Who am I?
I love it.
To stop someone's ability to communicate, right?
So well said. No, I appreciate that. So Gary's open to a new nickname if you are eligible.
Yeah, bro, I didn't say anything fucking like that at all. Okay, let's not go over it. Don't start that shit.
That's all my statement. Sorry, guys. We have a few other speakers up. Please, if you want to contribute in any way to the SEC situation, Bitcoin, the ETF, love to hear from you.
Yeah, and what's the price going to be on Saturday, Jace? We started playing that game yesterday, didn't we? I maintained 57.5, my friend.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and you're saying Saturday, this weekend?
Yes, sir.
New all-time high. So the all-time high was 54, wicked to 69. I'm saying we're north of 54K, which is more than you, right?
No, I'm 57.5, right?
Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna say new all-time high Saturday. I think there's enough capital inflows, and the new FOMO isn't. It's not about the approval of a spot Bitcoin ETF. It's about how much money is going to come in, and I think that's such a big number, and people are going to start to do math on it because you can calculate what $30 billion, $50 billion, Bitcoin's
yeah, but it won't come in. It won't come in by Saturday.
No, I understand. But when you do the math on it, Gary, you can then project forward what the price of Bitcoin should be. A lot of us feel like, it should be six figures now.
Yeah. But I mean, look, $1 billion enters a new $1 billion. What trades every day? $1 billion, right?
Bitcoin. Yep.
So for every new $1 billion that comes in, we need 22,000 Bitcoin at 45,000. So for some time, I would challenge that you could really increase volumes like Michael's doing, like the way he buys. 22,000 a day. That's the point, though. See, 22,000. No, $1 billion. You're just saying $1 billion comes in the market. It's 22,000, assuming it's hodled.
Yeah, Gary. Like I did a call last night with my contacts in Singapore. I use an OTC desk called Cumberland, and they could not stress more to me how thin the market books are in terms of holding Bitcoin. And
that's good intel. What are they saying?
They're saying there's probably only about 5 million Bitcoin out there that are being actively traded. 70% of the wallets are diamond-handed, haven't moved a Bitcoin in over 12 months. And that's where I'm saying I don't give a shit how much money's coming in. I think that it's going to get log jammed, and they're going to say we want to deploy this capital, and there's your price action. Supply and demand economics hit in, and there's just not enough Bitcoin for the demand, and the price will exponentially go up.
Jason, how do you feel that there are only around 2.3 million Bitcoin tied to centralized exchanges right now? Do you think it's enough?
But that's my point, Randy.
Oh, Jason.
Not Team Crypto, the adult Randy. Now that I'm talking to Randy, that's my point. You've got 2.5 million on the exchanges, retail exchanges. Then you go to OTC, where people like me live. I don't buy Bitcoin on, Coinbase or Gemini. And they're telling me the order books are light. They're light. They don't have a lot of volume to go around. So, look, 5 million Bitcoin, you can do the math. I think the number's bigger. I think the price of Bitcoin is more. So, Saturday, look, I'll go above you, Gary, for a coffee.
No, but see, that's the interesting part. The higher the price goes,
it'll unlock some Bitcoin.
No, it will unlock some, but that means less Bitcoin. That's the beauty behind what Satoshi did, really. See, 22,000 add-ons per $1 billion at a $45,000 print. I don't think that's a lot of volume. I think you can easily add that, even though it looks like it's nearly doubling the volume per day. We're getting ready to find out then, Jason. If you're right, we're getting ready to find out how thin this market is. But I think you can handle 22,000.
Yeah, Gary, I was talking to Mark Yusko this morning about he's my partner at Morgan Creek Digital. And Mark,
I didn't know you were a partner there, dude.
Yeah, that's my fund. We were the first fund to raise public pension money into a crypto fund in February of 2019. The Fairfax
I did
Police
not know
pension
that whatsoever.
Yeah, man. Nah, no worries. I was talking to Mark and Pomp on our call, and Mark cannot stress how important it is and how much capital is going to flow into the space when the portfolio managers say 1%, 2%, 5% is the allocation for Bitcoin. That's your risk on asset. This is what we're allocating here. It's not an if, it's going to happen. Then the managers go out and just unlock that capital.
100%.
Yeah, I agree, buddy. I just don't know how, I don't know if it's at the beginning of this year or late next year. I know the price will make people move for sure. And look, BlackRock isn't doing this unless they thought they had tens of billions. See, I've never been concerned about how much would flow in here. Question is, can the damn market handle it? Can it handle it? That scares me.
What will the Bitcoin gas fees be like?
Bitcoin will be a very rich place to do transactions. It will not be, the base layer of Bitcoin will not be used to buy coffee, Randy.
No.
I know, Jason. I know, but I'm just saying,
you'll be a mother
transferring
of three
$100
by then,
to cold storage off of Coinbase in the future, that might be very costly.
Yeah, you need to consolidate your UTXOs while you can, because if you have dust or small amounts on wallets, you might get trapped there. To be honest with you, and I don't want to get too technical, but that's
no one's considering that, Jason. It's a very good point. It's hey, if we're going to talk about self-storage, this is what irritates me about that group. When they go, hey, that's the only way to do it. Hey, can we talk about what you just said, which is what happens if, right?
Exactly.
There's so many. Anyway, it's so irritating.
Gary, imagine a situation. You have $1,000 of Bitcoin on a wallet.
Totally.
And it costs you $500 to move it. It's done.
Or $1,200.
Yeah, you're wrecked. Right. That's it. So when I say consolidate the UTXOs, it's only $12 right now to move Bitcoin. And that's to move it pretty efficiently. You don't have to wait 3 days to do it. So if you have 15 wallets that have $1,000 on them, gosh, make sure you have a good self-custody process and consolidate those UTXOs.
Yeah. See, what scares me is the store value guy like my broham. He's sitting on 100 Bitcoin, sitting on a wallet, right? 30 years pops away. his kids open up the wallet and the gas fees, or whoever knows what fees. Oh yeah, there's $1 billion there, bro, but it costs $1.5 billion to get it out. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't possibly do that calculus. But no one ever talks about that.
Oh gosh, and Gary, let's not get into maybe there's a million technological advances and you went from like some legacy chain to SegWit to you're expecting these people who are not digitally, connected to this asset class to then manage the 100 Bitcoin out. Like, it's just a ridiculous endeavor. Again, I think we've done a great disservice to Bitcoin by giving this atrocious, we foisted an atrocious user experience on people. So that's why I'm like, look, wallet abstraction, and if I'm gonna be an adult and have a trust and put my money someplace, maybe it is with BlackRock. That doesn't seem unreasonable.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that because I've been a pariah among a lot of my, fellow longtime Bitcoiners at times by, speaking against the drawbacks of been in Bitcoin for 11 years. I've heard it all before. I get it. Not your keys, not your coins, blah, blah, blah. I got it. But I also got that there's another side to it, and as a financial advisor, I worked as a financial advisor for a long, long time. And we never, ever, ever, nobody ever has to worry about these kind of issues. It's a new problem. I mean, people don't worry about, physical attacks. They don't worry about these kind of things. My mom was a broker at Merrill Lynch, and in '77, they had an armed robbery at the Merrill Lynch. And I would love to find the record on that. I bet you that was probably one of the last armed robberies at a brokerage. Because by the time my career came around, there's nothing to rob. I mean, you go into a Merrill Lynch or a Goldman Sachs with a gun, you're going to get some Rolexes maybe, but there's nothing to steal. Like you can't, you can't steal a computer. You don't get the money. But now it's a different world. And these are real concerns. And I'm also super, super, risk averse. And I think a lot about risk. And I think there's a lot of really naive people. I mean, I know people that come into this space, they've been in since whatever, 2022, and they have, 3 coins, and they're on social media saying like, oh, you know your keys, like, okay, that's different. That's not everybody's situation. If you have 30, 40, 80 million and you have mental issues, or you travel a lot, or any number of 1,000 issues, you could get brain damage, you could have a traumatic event that makes you forget, so there's a thing, there's a tweet I actually made about, like, I don't know, 5, 6 things that you should think about with with custody. And I had little tests in there. Like, for example, and everybody on this call should do this right now. If you have your own custody, right this minute, go to your loved one and say, can you retrieve my coins? And here's the trick. You can't give them any instruction, because if you die right this minute, you're not going to be able to give them an instruction. So they must be able to do it without any prompting at all. And that's like an easy test. There's other harder tests. Can you take your money? If your government started seizing it, could you get out? There's different things that, and when you get in, especially when you get into higher net worth and ultra high net worth, and you think about trusts and control and these kind of issues that, serious people always do universally. I mean, I know a lot of wealthy people. Nobody really, really, really rich wants to be jerking around with this nonsense. Like, oh yeah, here's 12 words, and if you lose it, you lose everything. No, nobody wants. If you have $1 billion, you don't want to be messing with that stuff. You want to pay people to be able to do it. And people say that's like, oh, you're not being sovereign or whatever. Yeah, like I don't plow my own driveway either. I don't change my own oil. Like, there's certain things. Who wants to work their whole life to get to the point where you have extraordinary wealth and then be tied to it? Like you have to be all secretive and hold some stupid piece of paper or some device that breaks every 15 minutes and has, firmware updates. People.
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah.
My question is,
do you travel public or private?
Well, when I fly?
Yeah.
Usually, I've usually done public, but I've had some friends who've had some nice planes and stuff.
When was the last time that you went, to the pilots and did a full interview, checked the engine? How many times have we already centralized, outsourced our lives, dude?
Right.
Our lives. If you haven't, taken care of birthing your own child from your wife or your girl, like, we are so centralized, it's unbelievable, and we love it that way. freaking love it that way. We can sue people for a bad hospital visit, right?
We want trusted parties. They came about for good reason, because any of us, 400 years ago, we would have had our stuff stolen by pirates or Vikings. So it's a good reason.
But at the end of the day, right? Like, if you're trusting a business to custody your Bitcoin, like, what about insolvency? Like, what about you trusting these people? Because essentially they're a business. So what if the government subpoenas them and wants to take your crypto away? What if, we had 5 bank failures at least in 2023. So, you thought your bank was there. Obviously it failed. SVB was there. Jim Cramer, buy SVB. Then the next month it's not there. So at the end of the day, there's going to be a point where they just can't save the banks anymore. And then what happens to the people that are custodying your crypto? So at the end of the day, it really always goes back to you trusting somebody else instead of just taking the initiative and doing something yourself. Because at the end of the day, you're the only one that could protect yourself. No one can do it for you. So that's really where I come from with the fundamentals of the space, which is like, how can you trust the traditional financial system when they're failing already?
Yeah, Randy, I think it's amazing to hear someone so young speak the way you do. So I applaud you, and I mean that. This is the maturation, though. We need qualified custodians that don't take. They essentially can hold your Bitcoin, but if they become insolvent, it's still your asset, and we need insurance. Okay, so those two. Hold on. Those two things are paramount. We need insurance. So if something goes wrong and it's not your fault, because you insure your house, you insure your car, you insure your health, and your assets need to be insured, especially ones that are categorized as property. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh no, you're good. I was kind of like, yeah. And anyway, but what? I'm just like so. I don't know. Never mind. We could.
No, Randy. We sold you a lifestyle in Bitcoin, and I really do mean that. You bought into it, but the real genesis of Bitcoin, it was cypherpunk anarchist stuff, and it was meant to disintermediate decentralized banks and all this stuff.
It failed on that, but
it doesn't do a lot of the stuff that we told you it does very well, Randy, or not at all, to be honest, and I regret that. And a lot of putting JPEGs on Bitcoin, we can do that. And what it's going to do is it's increasing the transactions, and it's exposed in a high fee environment, and I don't believe that's ever going away. So you may have been told Bitcoin can be used to go buy coffee and it'll solve third world problems from transactions, etc. I just don't think it does that.
And I think that's why we have other cryptocurrencies as well, because we do need to be able to scale things. And I completely agree with you that, maybe Bitcoin's going to be more of a store of value than a currency. I think it will serve its purpose as currency, but I think eventually Ethereum in the last bull market is going to price people out in the aspect of the gas fees. I mean, I remember on ETH I was buying a $10 NFT last bull market and it was $100 with gas fees. So I definitely think we have a scaling issue, and I do think Lightning Network, I heard about a few issues going on there. So, that's why we do have other cryptocurrencies. And I do think as we're, kind of going into this digital age, we really have to ask ourselves, will we continue the wheel of somebody always holding our hand? Because we've been generationally taught to, the bank's always going to be there. The government's there to protect you, which is the scariest phrase ever. So I think it's also a part of breaking people's cycle of thought where, people wouldn't even conceptualize, doing a check at the store. Then they started writing checks. Then we had credit cards. Then the same newscasters that are telling you Bitcoin is trash today are the same ones that were telling you that, why would you ever buy something on the internet? Who's going to use the internet? And look at where we are now, where we're just talking through the internet, and most people are making their relationships and their connections through the internet. So I do think it's a matter of when people adopt it because they feel the need for it and they know it's a necessity.
Yo, we only got 1,002 people in here, Jason. What's the problem? I mean, we got Randy, we got Bruce, we got you, we got Marson up, Sam Price is here, D-Gen.
I mean, you're three.
And why haven't we only retweeted the space 100 times? 10%.
That's fair. But
what's happening here, man?
Yeah, that I guess I'm failing as a promoter. We're 3x is bigger than anyone else live.
3x, right, that's it. 3x.
Yeah, I know.
I know we're little puny punks, dude.
No,
for sure.
yeah, Dejan, thanks for picking up on that. We're only 3x as big as anyone, as anyone else live right now, so it's a great failure on my part. Go ahead, Dejan.
Jace, come on, man. Hey, the price is 46,000.
No, Gary, it's an inside joke. Someone clowned me that they only turned 300 million to $1 billion in 5 years. They said I was pathetic as an investor to do that.
But look, that was like such a great, two different points there, right? Like Randy, I love everything you had to say, right? And like my heart is like with the cypherpunk, forget the banks, forget this other thing. But like, the truth is, and I had heard this thrown around a couple times today, guys with big numbers. No one's gonna take $1 billion. Listen, a guy like me, I want my fucking 100,000 to be safe, bro. Like I can't, like that means a lot to me. Like that's not, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be $1 billion. It's got to be what's $1 billion to you, right? Because like the homes that I own are insured and they're titled and deeded, and it comes through the government. Do I like the governments? No. Do I like that we have roads? Yes. Do I think the government provides roads? We could get into a whole libertarian conversation. That's a different thing. But like we all exist within this system, right? That provides us with the internet and the iPhones and the utilities and landlines and things to run all this stuff on. So like there's got to be some sort of mix in between the two. And I don't see anything being, what Jay said, insurance. I would love insurance. I've spoken to Becca and Anchor Watch, and like I want to sign up as soon as they have it. I want to sign up for it. And I don't care what the cost or what it is. Like,
I have ta responsabilité si quelqu'un d'autre
full coverage on my Bitcoin.
Affaire.
Same as I have on my 3 vehicles outside, bro. I got.
Yeah. Then who's holding it?
Would this be like FDIC insurance though?
Hey, no. This would be nothing. This would be nothing. It would be an approved cold storage, which you'd have to deal with the insurer the same way I deal with the insurer on my car, right? If I go out there and put 42-inch rims on my truck and crash it into a ditch, they're gonna have a problem with covering me because I did something. Did I lose y'all?
You're back, buddy. Keep going.
Oh, good. Becca's here. Perfect. Yeah, right? Like, I don't... I feel very comfortable going out and spending $50,000 on a truck and using it as a tax write-off and having it fully covered and insured, right? If someone pulls up in my driveway and that truck disappears tonight, or I'm having a windstorm right now, if a tree falls through it, I feel very safe in knowing that I'm insured for it, right? It's something that I want. I want to know that these things are taken care of. That I want to know that my stuff is safe, right? And that's not me giving the responsibility to someone else. It's me paying for someone else to be able to take on the possible liabilities of my actions. Or,
Exactly.
And as long as it approved matter, right? Because if I get drunk and I go and crash the truck into a tree, they're not going to pay for it because I did something stupid and that was my fault. So there's that medium ground between like my self-custody and their thing.
No.
Yeah, but it's very similar to like, you're centralizing, right? State Farm is able to grab 1,000 of you guys. You can't self-insure, man. It's not and be a good husband and parent in case something were to happen. Okay, my family's covered. So I totally agree, but that's why centralization exists also.
So Gary, I can answer.
You need to create a pool of reserves that don't all get hit at one time. Are you in Florida by chance? Because you talked about the insurance.
Dejan or me?
Yeah, I'm in New York. I think you have to have insurance in both states, but I was talking about the Bitcoin insurance. I was talking about Becca one.
Gary, I can answer your questions about how it's going to be stored to be 100% insured. So that's what we're bringing to market here in very short order, and we'll have a couple of options in terms of our early products. So first product coming to market is going to be most similar to what you would call collaborative custody or dispersed custody, where customers, the owner of the Bitcoin holds keys and Anchor Watch holds keys, the insurer holds keys. We call this idea negative control. So neither party can unilaterally move the Bitcoin. Neither party can unilaterally be, say, a bad actor, but each party, the customer, the owner, as well as the insurer, have this negative control and prevent bad behavior, which mitigates a lot of risks. And for the risks that can't be mitigated through either process procedures or the technology itself, then there's regulated insurance backing it up. The other product that will be coming to market shortly thereafter will be a really similar setup, but instead of the customer holding keys, if that's not something they're interested in doing, the custody will be distributed again, across multiple regulated institutions. So a couple of buddies at one company, or say employees of a company who maybe went to work for that company with the intention of doing a heist over the course of years, that can be mitigated by the keys being dispersed across these multiple institutions. And again, whatever tail risks remain, then we've got traditional regulated insurance backing it up. And my belief is that this just needs to exist in a mature asset class. To Dejan's point, whether it's hard assets, anything that in particular is a bearer asset, that if you lose it, it's gone forever, it has to have insurance on it. Like, no serious investor is going to bury their seed plate in their backyard and call that safe. Like, we have to bring at least options to the marketplace that allow a whole host of new investors to get involved in this space, and that's what we're doing.
Becca, can you share some of the well, I don't know if you can do this. I was going to say, can you share some of the companies that are backing you and providing insurance? Because again, to Gary's point, like, okay, a lot of the exchanges say they've got $250 million of insurance, but that's not going to cover anything,
right?
Because they hold way more than that,
right? I'm going to hold off on name dropping just for another week or so, but suffice it to say that we are only working with A-rated carriers. Can you give me a sense of how much you can insure? So again, like Coinbase or Gemini may say we have a $250 million policy that if something happens that's not your fault, we're going to return your coin. But that means nothing because they're probably holding $5 billion or $3 billion worth of assets, so you're going to get $2 each. That's right. And so these custodians will call themselves "quote unquote" fully insured, but really they have a $250 million policy. Coinbase has a $420 million policy, but they have well over $100 billion under custody. So what our product is giving people the opportunity to own is Bitcoin that has one-to-one insurance, so it's fully backed. And in terms of our own abilities to write cover, and individual vaults, we've got limits of 25 million, but customers can have multiple vaults. And we really have no upper limits on our ability to write at this point. So as much Bitcoin as people are looking to get safely custodied in this really robust manner, as well as fully insured, we'll be able to support that.
I'm excited for it and looking forward to using it. I think the most beautiful thing about being decentralized, Becca, is that if I don't want to do that, I also don't have to do that. I can do the stamping it into a metal plate, and like I'm actually an iron worker by trade. It would be really easy for me to do something like that. But I can do that if I want to, right? But like me, I consider myself like not an idiot. So
well, for sure. And one thing that's actually really cool about our first product. So our first product is as I described. So you hold keys and AnchorWatch holds keys. But our custody technology, my co-founder Rob is in the audience. So what he has built out is utilizing what's called Miniscript that allows you to use Bitcoin core, language, the Bitcoin protocol, and you can have these layers of security. So you have spending conditions that unlock over time. And so more or less we have kind of our ultra robust kind of daily spending condition as a rule. But over time we can bring in all these additional kind of contingencies and recovery layers in case not only a catastrophe happens, but maybe two catastrophes happen at the same time. And our bottom layer of a vault actually goes back to fully sovereign. So Dejan, if whatever happened, AnchorWatch ceases to exist or recovery partners cease to exist, at the end of the day, the vault, after a set amount of time has passed, actually returns to keys that you fully control. So after the insurance policy has ended. So we're really proud of what we're bringing to market. We think it is capturing the most important aspects of custody, self-custody, but bringing in compliance and governance aspects of custody, and really trying to kind of thread the needle and serve people in a new way that takes advantage of kind of both mental models at once.
That's amazing, and I'm really excited to see what you guys do with that. Looking forward to it. It's definitely a product that I will be using.
Awesome. Looking forward to signing you up. Yeah.
Becca, I don't think I've ever asked you this question, but and please, hopefully you can answer it authentically. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything, but if your product was available, and all of us that use things like BlockFi, and I was a major investor. We had over $30 million invested in that company. Went to zero. If I had Bitcoin on BlockFi and they went insolvent or something happened and my Bitcoin was trapped there and lost, would your insurance product have protected me?
Our current product would not, but in the future, we can still underwrite institutions. So what I'm describing is really a product that we're orienting directly to the customer, to the Bitcoin owner. But there's no reason that AnchorWatch can't also provide insurance to financial services providers of all types. So, in that example, it would be BlockFi or others going through underwriting. And AnchorWatch, we would have to decide if that was a risk we were willing to take on as a customer, right? So we would be doing our own analysis before offering them insurance and deciding if that is in fact a risk that we're comfortable with, and exactly what we would cover, what we would exclude. It was really, really important to us as we designed this product to make sure that we were covering the actual risks that people fear and not have it be kind of vaporware, if you will. And so, I think that's something that we would look at.
I would challenge you and your team to address that, because Gary, something that people don't talk about, and it's really important. When you buy a Bitcoin on an exchange like Coinbase or Gemini, and they file bankruptcy, they can come and claw back your Bitcoin 90 days when they put back. So they have this look back period. Because if you pulled your Bitcoin off of that exchange, say you bought it, pulled it off, and then within 90 days later they filed bankruptcy, they can claw back your Bitcoin. It's an unbelievable risk that people take when they buy Bitcoin.
So here's the reality of that.
Let me land the plane,
Yeah,
Becca.
go ahead.
Let me land the plane. And it's one of the reasons I use T1 settlement and OTC, so I don't have the risk, the counterparty risk associated with buying Bitcoin. Go ahead, Becca.
Well, so what you're saying in terms of your own practices is that you've assessed the risk and you've found it unpalatable, so you've looked for other options. So you're not willing to use those options because of these risks, the risks of bankruptcy. And so then you're asking me, the insurer, like, hey, Becca, I want you to go create coverage here so that way I can use that product. But I think just by the question, you're demonstrating that, like, perhaps the transfer of risk might be one that I, as the insurer, might find unpalatable. And so even if I did say, okay, Jason, like, I think there's certainly a market for the product. You're not the only one who would love to have that insured. But here's what I need to charge in order to do this product well. And you might look at that premium, the annual premium, and be like, oh, I'm going to stick with Cumberland, actually, as it turns out. So I think that's just the reality. I'll look at it. But.
Yeah, but look, like I pay all types of luxury taxes in my life that most people would say that doesn't make any sense. That that's not conservative. Like, that's not your business. If I want to use a product like that, and you're going to offer a product that says, hey, you're going to have to pay a premium to protect that, maybe I pay for
it. Maybe you do. And if the math works out, I'm certainly happy to consider it. Ultimately, we have to be able to actually guarantee that we will uphold all our financial obligations. We're a regulated entity, an upstanding one. So we're not going to bring a product to market that we would ever feel that might be at risk to do so. if the market is there and is willing to bear the price that it would cost to bring it there, I have to imagine I'd be open to doing it. I think there are insurance needs across the space. I think it's, you called out there needs to be insurance. I obviously agree. I think it just does not make sense that, well, it does make sense that it hasn't been widely available because across the board, the ability to hold it securely, was not there. The technology has advanced, practices have advanced to the point that we feel that we can actually insure this product and do it really, really well. And, if we had tried to do this 5 years ago, I'm not sure either the technology nor the market would have been ready.
That's a fair point. I appreciate that. Randy, what's up?
I wanted to ask Becca, do you think that since you said there's a lot of need for insurance in the space, do you think that things like NFTs will be something that you guys are going to be interested in insuring one day? Because I think NFTs are going to evolve, obviously, and it's already evolving more than just like a PFP or like a monkey picture or whatever. I think it's going to be more like your real estate deed and things like that in the near future. So what do you think about that front? Yeah, so our technology and insurance products that we are launching with is specific to Bitcoin. So Miniscript is Bitcoin specific technology and allows us to do cold storage really, really well. In terms of the rest of the digital asset space, my personal answer would be to kind of split it into two additional segments. So altcoins and then NFTs or other digital assets. Altcoins are not as secure to store. So the technology is not the same. So no matter what, if we were going to insure that, it's a different product. It's cyber cover. Pricing is different. It wouldn't be as affordable. And just something to consider. The other thing is that, we're building a business, and insurance ultimately is an AUM business. And so if you're insuring something that's incredibly volatile and has a shrinking market cap, a market cap that trends to zero, it's not where I'm going to put my time necessarily. So when you look at altcoins that are down the list, it is, top of my priority list compared to all the many kind of Bitcoin related products that I think are really necessary in this marketplace.
Becca, can I help you? Can I help you a second?
Sure.
Guys, basically, she has identified, because she's a great executive, that you degens will not pay for insurance. Period. So go ahead, Becca. We don't need to spend time.
Well, the second half of my answer specifically to your question about NFTs and the degens is when I look or think about I'll be kind and I'll call them sorry, what's your term? What's your term, Jason? Your blue chip NFTs, right?
Yeah.
So when I look at those, these are high ticket collectibles. And outside of crypto, high ticket collectibles need to be insured for sure, right? They're a honeypot. They have a lot of money behind them, and so insurance makes sense in general. There's a lot of questions in terms of insurance about how you would do that, how you would price it at the time of the loss, super volatile. Lots of questions in terms of if you insured it at the peak of a market, what you paid for it, but like things like rarity, it's so messy in terms of pricing it. So I would say my answer I would keep very loose, which is I think we are becoming obviously an increasingly digital society. And I think the digital asset economy will continue to become more and more prominent. And I think there are quote unquote digital assets that I can't even picture yet. I don't know what they are. I don't think they're going to be JPEGs. They may or may not be collectibles. They could be, important financial documents, whatever. But I am remaining open to being the insurer of the digital asset space, whatever that may be. Because if there are high value bearer assets, that losing it means, losing your wealth, then insurance needs to exist. My focus is Bitcoin. It's the biggest market cap. It's the technology that is most conducive to our insurance product, and it's what we are absolutely focused on. And then I remain open to seeing where the market develops in the future for other digital assets, whether they currently exist or not. Thank you for answering, Becca. I appreciate it. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well.
Becca, you guys private, public, what?
We're private. Just been around a couple of years and starting to write policies in about a month. So coming up really soon.
Good luck.
Gary and his team have contemplated and may be doing, I don't know if it's on Sundays, Gary, a 30-second Bitcoin or crypto company pitch. Are you guys hosting that, or is that just something you're considering?
Yeah, we're doing that.
And when is it, Gary?
It's on every Sunday, 4 till, I think it's 4 to 6 or 3 to 6, something like that.
And so do, like, crypto entrepreneurs meet crypto investors and they hear a 30-second pitch and they can literally...
People that are raising money for a deal. Now, I will tell you, like, you do get investigated by the people that are sitting around. We're not going to let tokens just
bring on the eyeballs. We're
exactly.
about as upstanding as they come, fully regulated.
But Becca would love to have you. And if you're raising money or you're looking for customers,
yeah, we'll be doing our Series A this year. I would imagine. So yeah, that's great. Appreciate it.
Cool.
Thanks.
Cool. Yeah.
Thanks, Jason.
Love to have you. Thank you.
All right.
Awesome. And Gary, just to give another update, we're 10x any other room. So I know 10x is a big number for you guys. We're 10x bigger right now than any room. Grant,
you got this.
Can I close my room down, Jason?
No, I saw that, Magoo, but we're 10x bigger than everyone. So you guys don't have to be disappointed in me. Only 3xing, or the 10x number is a big number. But
saying that though, I would love a way to be able to connect to another host and go, hey, I would love this to Elon. Hey, how can we merge rooms? That would be a really cool feature, right? Because I see some rooms going on, especially during this particular event. It's like, hey, why are we all let's all get in one room together. To the extent you can with the culture, but that would be a really awesome feature. G-Dog, what's up, bro? You're not there again, man? Let me down again. Dallas, what's up?
What's up, Gary? Good to see you, man. Seems like you guys got a fun room cooking. Me, Magoo, and myself got rugged in the prior room and had to come join you fellas. Did you guys see that Gary Gensler, I think, deleted his tweet? Did you guys already talk about that, or no?
No.
Yeah, I think his oops, we got hacked tweet, I believe, got deleted, which is... Oh, is that not true? I don't know. Let me do some research before I throw it up here, Gary.
It's still there. It's still there.
That would be wildly insane, Dallas, if he deleted.
It's a bad job.
That was the only reason I let it go on, because I'm like, hey, that's such a bizarre statement. Like, really?
Yeah, I gotta verify and not trust more guys. But yeah, good to see you guys. What's cracking?
Is it that bizarre, Dallas? Though for the last couple of years we've been having, I mean, it kind of almost seems like par for the course for that to happen.
Yeah. The funniest part is that it was a troll. Like, if it was anyone that was like a intelligence agency or someone who's actually a nefarious actor, the amount of damage or monetary compensation you could get from having access to the SEC's Twitter account just for even one tweet, you could make quite a significant amount of money, and they chose to troll Gary Gensler. So it shines a light on.
You sure they didn't put a trade on them with it?
Oh yeah. So if like I'll walk it through you. If I wanted to make a ton of money, like it would have been a negative tweet saying that they were denied, more so than a positive tweet, because like it's been baked in. Like, everyone's been expecting the approval, right? So the adverse reaction to, like, hey, were denying all the spot ETFs would have caused a bigger reaction, and you would have wanted to short that if you really were looking to make money, right? Because like the Bitcoin.
Yeah, but what if you didn't want to be so obvious and you were okay with $1,500 to $2,000 in like 4 minutes, bro?
Well, if you didn't want to be obvious, you'd put your trades on weeks ago. You'd buy some call options or write call options or puts or whatever you want to do on probably some exchange that's not KYC'd. Have those bets placed for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
They would be deep in the money too right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then you would tweet probably negative because, like I said, most of the opinions are that it's getting approved today or tomorrow. So you would do the opposite of that, shock the market, price would go down, I don't know, probably 5, 10K. You would clean up on your puts and then you'd sell it. And there would be a lot of other people. It'd be hard to figure out if you were the one that did it just based off of your trades. Like if you were stupid and you just did put on your trades today and did like put options, short dated put options far out of the money, and you bought them today 5 minutes before the tweet, they'd be able to suss you out who's who. But if you're smart, you leg in on a better like dated options and kind of hide yourself.
Yeah.
And know who you are.
Hey Magoo, check this out. So I've got a tinfoil hat on right now, and that I'm 16% sure we live on a flat Earth. That being said, today, 6 hours ago, I tweeted that an address received 2,880,000,000,000 of USDT from the Tether Treasury and deposited it across a number of exchanges. I found that to be really interesting. And then you get an SEC hack and you get 300 million plus in liquidations. I think it's a bigger number than that, just off of a 20-minute hack like that. What do you feel? Is there any correlation?
Probably not, because if you're the Tether Foundation and you, let's just say you create even 1 billion new Tether, right? Whether it's backed or not backed, that's besides the question. You created that and you moved it to, let's say, every exchange out there, right? From the US to offshore exchanges to derivative platforms to whatever. And you make those bets, like that on-chain trail is really obvious, right? Where you'd be like, oh, Tether, the foundation themselves, or either a market maker that's fairly close and linked to the foundation, it was doing this, and they were basically while the news was dropping, they were putting on bets to move the market, and that gives Bitfinex, for example, the ability to liquidate, let's say, $500 million of notional value on Bitfinex. That's pretty, like, once you look into it, like, that's pretty easy to track.
Yeah, fair point. And
Jason, let me interrupt here. Just reading something. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Gasparino of Fox News has been told by securities lawyers the SEC will have to investigate itself for alleged market manipulation. United States lawyers and senators called on Congress. What are you guys laughing about, man?
Bro, that was my tweet.
I'm almost kind of sad that I didn't lose money on this, because like I would just like happily just bandwagon on top of a class action because of the SEC and their fake tweet or whatever you want to call it. It's gonna be entertaining. It's gonna take a long time to play out, but it's gonna be funny. That's the number one thing.
Yeah, Gary, it's so fantastic that's the news being reported. I tweeted that as a joke, that breaking news, the SEC has reported that it will be investigating the SEC, but that's being reported.
But what if
I'm gonna put it in the nest? It's freaking hilarious. Okay, like you're gonna like.
What if it's Gary playing 4D chess and it was him that actually made the tweet, and then now they know they have to do this internal investigation. Now they don't have time to vote on the approval of the ETFs, and it gets delayed.
Check this out, dude. It's hilarious. I mean, everybody should read this. It's beyond hilarious. Oh wow.
I'm interested to finding out like how the account was actually compromised. Like, did they have 2FA on their account?
Yeah.
Some shitty like SIM swap attack that they had their 2FA on a text message 2FA. Like at that point, you can almost sue the SEC for gross negligence in their ability to secure their communications platform.
Hey, now that they're investigating themselves, it's a good. You were saying that, dude. Could I sue them? For sure.
If you got liquidated 100%, like the way that I see it,
Yes.
like you have two options. Like you would either sue Twitter, which is a long stretch, or you sue the SEC, right? And how their account was compromised, like for example, if it was a SIM swap that kind of compromised their account, like the SEC once sued could then bring in and then sue the phone carrier for not having substantial adequate security measures and compliance around swapping SIMs on supposedly government phone numbers, right? Like I'm assuming if they use a phone number as a 2FA for the SEC account, it's a government phone and a government phone number, right?
Yeah. Everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. You got Loomis, fraudulent announcements like the one that was made by the SEC social media can manipulate markets. We need transparency on what happened. Dude, they're getting their freaking asses Friday night.
Oh, Gary, it's like such a politically charged event. Like, could you imagine how much fire this guy is under? I mean, I agree with you. And Magoo, that's why I asked a very simple question of Elon Musk. I said, Elon, did Gary Gensler or the SEC lose control of their Twitter account? Because he can tell us if this was a hack or, what happened. Just tell us.
Yeah, that's I said this earlier in my space. It's like whatever the SEC comes out with in terms of like their internal findings, Elon Musk is going to be able to be the definitive, de facto, like verifying if that story is true or not. And we all know Elon Musk does not. His words, not mine. He doesn't respect the SEC. He has quite a colorful history with the SEC, and so if he can burn the SEC in any which way that he possibly can, like he's gonna do it.
You think that's why he's waiting to give any diagnosis of what happened, almost to see if like they'll tell the truth or misstep, and then he can
you give a pig enough rope to hang themselves, right? You let them put the rope around their neck, and you just give it to them and let them do what they want. Then, like I said, a lie never gets smaller; it only gets bigger. So maybe he's trying to trap them.
Il est là le cash.
They also probably back up their 2FA to their Gmail account, which you should not do.
Yeah, the government. You're government.
Nah, bro, I still am in the camp that this stuff is so highly orchestrated by comms that this was a scheduled tweet. This wasn't someone who hit a button. They screwed up the scheduling and it.
Yeah, that's also a possibility too, right? Because like, I know we all think the government's pretty inept, right? But like, to be this inept in terms of like having, in my opinion, like one of the most crucial media accounts, like other than the presidency tweeting, like this can really move a lot of things in terms of capital. To not have this secured in the most secure way possible, it kind of begs the question that it might actually be more of this was an actual scheduled tweet. But the only thing that says it's not is the language of the tweet, and every single tweet that the SEC gives out and they talk about, it goes along with a press release on the SEC website, and they have a link directly in the tweet, right? So that's how the people were able to suss out that this wasn't real, is there was no SEC link. They went to the SEC website. There was no posting or PR, right? And so it definitely was some illegitimate actor, right? Whether it was an illegitimate inside actor or an external actor is yet to be seen.
Yeah, Magoo, Joe did a great job. Joe Carlasari did a great job. Diving into the words. Words are important, and he really did convince me that I'm more than 50% sure it was a hack because the wording doesn't sound like them per Joe's analysis, and Joe's a pretty smart guy.
Even they're wording around like how they're going to be tradable, right? Like that's not something that they would say. Like they would we don't even know if these ETFs, if they are approved, they're going to be trading right away, right? So that just how they worded it was kind of weird. Like it was good enough to fool almost everybody to look at it and read it off a glance and be like, holy shit, I've been waiting for this. Let me retweet this, right? But like you said, the devil is in the detail of their wording, and it just really didn't it wasn't comparable, like in terms of like comparing signatures, right? You put it next to another SEC tweet that comes with a PR. It just wasn't similar enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring some other people up that have requested, if that's okay with you guys. But I appreciate you very much.
Bruce, make sure you get with Jason and send me some details on that deal, man.
I will. I'm going to head out for the night. It's great hanging with you guys. You have fun.
Good hanging with you, dude.
Bruce, I'm still waiting for that CFO contract in the mail.
Hey, Magoo, I'm still waiting for those 30 Bitcoin, bro.
Yeah,
we set that price at $17.90. Remember?
Magoo was funny because I was, like a coward. I shut off after 10 years of this thing. I shut off Bitcoin because of this crazy, insane IRS regulation. It says it's a felony if you don't put in this form, and there's no form, and that's absurd. And I don't mess around with felonies. I have a great life. I'm in a good position. I'm a regulated financial advisor. If I even got accused of a felony, I'd lose my license. Even accused, it doesn't matter if you're convicted. I just wouldn't mess with it. And there's no sane person in the world.
But you wouldn't take $20,000 or $12,000 or $10,000 in cash and violate the rules either, would you?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Still have to farm, correct?
No sane person. I'm as activist as anybody can get. I got removed by police 5 times from my school board meetings. I ran for U.S. Senate. I'm an activist, okay? But no activist, like, for example, I don't want any gun laws, okay? But it doesn't mean I'm going to start sawing off shotguns in my garage and put a silencer on it. And nobody who would do that is sane. And any lawyers, it's beyond laughable that somebody would say, go ahead and do a felony and challenge it in court. That's not how you challenge it in court. I'll gladly sue them. Any lawyers want to sue them? Sure, I'll sue them. But I'll do it as a plaintiff, not as a defendant, and let alone being a criminal defendant. People who think this don't understand the world. So anyway, I got a lot of hard time, but I called Magoo on it. And Magoo was one of the many giving me a hard time, like, oh, you're not very cypherpunk, just do the rule. And I said, hey, you indemnify me, you can be CFO. And he had a good point. He said, just move the company to Dubai, which is what we were planning on anyway, if that'll help us avoid the thing. So
that's hilarious.
I thought that was pretty good.
Hey, Bruce, before you go, 2 things. One of my favorite things to do when I'm bored is watch videos of Bruce at his kid's school board getting threatened to be arrested, and Bruce screaming, they're about to evoke violence against me and use deadly force. Those are great videos, Bruce. But secondly, and I please correct me if I'm wrong, but take credit if I'm right. Were you one of the first people to apply for a spot Bitcoin ETF 10 years ago?
No, well, I didn't apply, but I almost did, and that's a funny story. I've told a lot. So in 2013, and I remember the exact moment, I came from finance, so I at age 14, my mom was a stockbroker. So as a little kid, I grew up on the brokerage firm floor, like from age 7, right after school. She's a single mom working as a broker every day after school. I just lived in that place. So I traded little stocks when I was like 9. And then at 14, I got a job as a messenger and or really more like a cold caller, an assistant. And then I got registered when I was 19, and I've been licensed ever since. So I've been in the industry forever. And then I got into Bitcoin pretty early. And then so in 2013, I'm like, well, I'm Mr. Wall Street. I know this stuff cold. I can get that ETF approved, no problem. Which I laugh about because I was naive. I was totally wrong. And I was like totally ready to go with it. I didn't put in the application. But I had like lawyers lined up and the whole plan. I'm like, oh, this is shooting fish in the barrel. Just do an ETF. And then Cameron and Tyler announced that they were going to do it. And I said, oh, forget it. I'm not going to compete with those guys. They got a lot of capital. They got really, really good lawyers. They're going to have it in 6 months. No problem. So I didn't do it. So that saved me. Cameron and Tyler saved me like 700 Bitcoin. Didn't even know it because I didn't bother with the lawyers. I just assumed I would have bet money on them. I'm like, oh, well, they're going to hire, because I know this industry. And I said, they're going to hire some huge New York law firm who's done 100 of these things, and they're going to have it done in 6 months. And I don't know if I would have bet money on that, but I certainly revoked my bet against it. I said, oh, I'm not going I'm not going to go faster than them. They're going to have this thing in 6 to 9 months. And so, and then, 6 months, 9 months, a year, 2 years. I can't believe it. And then I made that tweet on like the 10th anniversary when Cameron and Tyler were talking about it. And I'm like, I can't believe it. What a sad, tragic thing for America.
Bruce, I think I'm going to have to get a bottle of whiskey with you one night and listen to all your stories, bro.
You're welcome to.
Okay? Around a fireplace.
Oh,
that
yeah.
sounds like a good thing to do.
I'd
Bro,
like
love
to hear your
having you.
stories, man.
Love
Dubai,
having you,
Gary.
man.
The opportunity has already been surfaced. Come to Dubai with us.
Yeah, well, if you guys tell me we're gonna charter a jet and go over there and not have to deal with people patting me down, I become very interested.
No, my favorite Bruce Fenton story. My favorite Bruce Fenton story is scaling debate, the original Satoshi roundtables, all of the. Who was it that had the original massive storming out sessions and everything, Bruce?
Well, we had these,
Brian Armstrong, wasn't it?
famous meetings. I don't think he stormed out of anything. And don't forget, I do, we do what Simon knows this because Simon's been and Becca's been, and I see
Simon. Hey guys, my audience may not know who Simon is. You want to introduce yourself, man?
Oh yeah, I spoke at the very first Bitcoin conference, and I wrote the first published book to include Bitcoin. I'm a shareholder in about 100 different companies, did seed rounds and early rounds in Coinbase, Kraken, Bitstamp, Bitfinex, Circle, Ripple Labs, Blockchain.com. So just been in the industry since the beginning, like Bruce.
Another way of saying rich, guys. Very rich. No, go ahead, Simon. That's my way of interjecting some comedy into the crew because they're probably crushed right now. They're like, "Oh my God, how did he do that?"
Well, I think Bruce was covering the story of the early scaling debates when he would put Roger Ver in a room. He was like one of the first to invest in companies, and then he went on a separate path, and then he'd have the founders of Coinbase. This is when we were. We couldn't get any VC funding for any of our companies. We were a really crazy industry. We were funding ourselves, and Bruce Fenton put together some of the best conferences with all of the people. So Bruce knows everyone who's everyone, and some of his events. I think he's on the 10th version of. He does one every single year, but the real early ones were actually instrumental in shaping the future of our industry. So I wanted Bruce to share some of his early stories.
Gee, thanks, man. Kind words. Yeah. I mean, it was fun. I mean, we, there's a lot of famous things that have been written about it. That second year was definitely the worst one. We didn't have much of a budget back then. I mean, and by the way, I can't stand how expensive it is. It's super expensive, but it's because we have this I do love the resort. It's super, but that's what the attendees have wanted over the years as a lot of people's net worths have gone up and stuff. Like they want something that's the same as the nice vacations they go on. So, but anyway, back in the old days, the first two were at Club Med, which was like $2,000, all you can eat. I love Club Med. I'm a simple man, I'm like a Chili's and hamburgers. Club Med is cool with me, but after a few years, the people revolted and they wanted to go nicer. So now we're at this real nice place. But anyway, in those early days, so for one thing, it wasn't even one of we went from like a regular Club Med, and then the second year was not that great. It was like not one of the. It was like a 3.5 star instead of 4 or whatever, and then the next year we went to like the nicest Club Med, and then we kind of outgrew that and went to a real nice resort called Grand Velas. And then, and now we're at the Waldorf Palm Jumeirah, which is really nice also. But so the resort wasn't that great, and the weather wasn't that great. It was kind of rainy and yucky, and everybody was angry, and the price wasn't that great. I don't know, Bitcoin was at $180 or some stupid thing, $200. I don't know, not good. And everybody was mad, So that was the worst one. But yeah, Brian Armstrong and Roger Ver and Adam Back and Peter Todd and, early Bitcoin developers and early Bitcoin CEOs were all there. And they were all arguing about this, Bitcoin capacity. Gavin Andreessen, who was like the main developer in those days, like he was the man. Like he was the most famous guy in Bitcoin for sure.
He's the guy that Satoshi entrusted the GitHub repo to after he left the project.
Exactly. He turned it over, and Gavin was a public face, and things were much more consolidated back then. There was only a handful of conferences. There was only I ran the Bitcoin Foundation for a while, which was like the only thing for a while. Bitcoin Foundation paid for the development. It hired there was only 3 developers. It paid for all the developers. It paid for Gavin. It did like marketing. It was a lobbying agency. It did educational things. It hosted.
Bruce, were you ever on the
big conferences? What's that?
Did you avoid that one, or were you on the foundation?
I was on. I was the executive director. After it fell apart, it had a lot of problems. It had like 5,500 Bitcoin on the balance sheet, and because they were trying to do everything, it just got way overkill. And then after a few years, there was other agencies coming along, so you didn't need to try and be all things to all people. So then it kind of collapsed, and there was board infighting. And then, as sort of I don't know if you'd call it a turnaround or a whatever, save face or something, then we tried to rebrand it, and that's when I came in. I ran for office for it, there was an election, and then I ended up on the board, and then they appointed me executive director. I never got paid for it. It used to be really controversial in the old days. People used to hate the Bitcoin Foundation, and some people liked it. But anyway, it was.
Yes, so this means that Bruce was the CEO of Bitcoin, by the way.
Yeah, we'd get weird letters. They'd get like weird. People who thought we were Bitcoin. It was a very different time.
I remember when Roger first bought Bitcoin.com, he used to get all of the customer support from everyone that would be like, hey, I've lost my Bitcoin. Can I reset my password on my account? Can you share my phrase and stuff? Because everyone thought it was the official company. But the Bitcoin Foundation was kind of, it was really controversial at the time because it was such a decentralized movement. And then to have a company that it came from good intention. It was to, kind of fund developers and lobby regulators that wanted to kill our industry. But it's such an activist movement that everyone saw it as like a corporate takeover or, centralization in a decentralized movement. And then, obviously, Mark Capellas was an earlier. He bought the Mount Gox exchange off Jeb McCaleb, the founder of Ripple, and he bought the Mount Gox exchange, which was missing 80,000 Bitcoin from day one when he purchased it, and then it ended up the exchange that blew up in 2014. He was on there, and then Charlie Shrem got arrested. He created one of the first easy ways of getting. It was so hard to buy Bitcoin then, and he created like a website called BitInstant. And then some of his customers were using it from the Silk Road. Yeah, he was kind of a young guy and just thought it was, loved a bit of weed and pot and stuff and just thought it was an innocent thing. And then he just got arrested. The same day the HSBC was caught trying to smuggle billions of dollars of cash from Mexican drug cartels, and they got away with it. Charlie Shrem was arrested on the same day. HSBC got away with it, but they were trying to make a thing of our industry. And then there was just controversial characters after controversial characters. It's been non-stop drama ever since.
That same day that Charlie Shrem got arrested and HSBC did their thing it was the same day and same weekend. It was the same day that Vitalik announced Ethereum, and it was the same day that Roger Ver did something, and I think Charlie Lee announced his job going to work for Coinbase. And it was the same day that it was either Tiger Direct or one of the first billion. It might have been I don't think it was Overstock. It was either Tiger Direct or one of the other ones that was the first billion-dollar company to accept Bitcoin. That all happened the same day, basically. So and during the Miami Bitcoin conference. So during the Miami conference, and remember, Bitcoin, totally different thing there. Like everybody's there. It's all weird, crazy. And like Charlie Shrem's about to go on his panel, and people are like, "Oh, he's not there. Wait a minute, what happened? Oh, he got arrested at the airport on the way down." And then Charlie Shrem had just made this thing, and Vitalik, I was there, and I saw Vitalik make his speech and announce Ethereum, and it was neat.
That Mo's conference in Miami.
Yeah, Yeah, and he was a Bitcoiner then because there was no Ethereum. There was no concept of like, oh, this guy's a shitcoiner or whatever. No, it was all one big happy family. He was a Bitcoiner. He worked for Bitcoin magazine. He knew a lot about Bitcoin. He used to write articles for Bitcoin. He'd write an article, and then he'd, if he wanted to buy a sandwich, he'd write some article, and he'd make 147 Bitcoin on it. And that was when he was like 16, 17. That was Vitalik. And then he got up on the stage, and I mean, he's not exactly like a super polished speaker even now with all his experience, but back then he was very not a great speaker. He was like really nervous and hard to follow, and it wasn't like some dazzling speech, but it had enough meat on it. And it's really funny now because these were hardcore Bitcoiners in the room to think about that. But they were interested. They're like, oh, cool, like a colored coins thing, and a whole bunch. And I was impressed. I didn't understand a word he said, but I was impressed when I watched afterwards. I see all these like 45-year-old former Google engineers and like serious dudes, Joe Lubin type guys, walking up to him, and they're all talking to him. And then there was this founders meeting, and they say, hey, you want to be a founder? Come over to this meeting. And I said, no, I heard that these sandwiches called a Cubano are really good. I want to try a Cubano. So I didn't go, so I probably would have gotten like, I don't know, 200,000 F. But I wanted that stupid sandwich. And the thing is, it's a scam because it's not even a good sandwich. It's this famous sandwich, and it really sucks. It's definitely not. It's not even worth one F. It's
funny. It's funny how we go. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's funny how we go full circle, Bruce, because it was 2012. Vitalik was working for Bitcoin magazine. He was like just this journalist who was like framed as like the smartest guy in the world. And then we had the project, the Colored Coin project, and everyone was ultra excited about taking the entire stock market and putting it on Bitcoin. And there were all these illegal exchanges at the time. There was like the global Bitcoin stock exchange where people were like IPOing. Eric Voorhees did a IPO on Bitcoin. There was a company called Havelock Investments that was based in Panama. And people were just creating all these securities and raising money on Bitcoin. And then there was like all these.
Hey, Simon, I hate to interrupt. We might have the space crash here in just about a minute or so. Keep going. But guys, if you can follow the speakers in the panel, if we do crash, we will go right back up. So just look for Gary's room if it does, because he's having connection issues. So just wanted to let everybody know that before we go. Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, no worries. I think, and then, it's kind of like, over a decade, we just been trying to put these different assets and figure out that stuff. And then that obviously led to the creation of Ethereum. And yeah, I remember those early pitches with Vitalik, where, yeah, he was, it was all funded by Bitcoiners because we all chucked a bunch of Bitcoin over. And then he sent across some kind of file that had this Ethereum on. And then, yeah, the whole thing just went crazy. And then we had the DAO, a decentralized VC that just completely blew up. It raised about 150 million, which was like insane amount of money at the time. It was crazy. And then 60 million of it got hacked, and that was like the first of many, and it's never stopped since.
And they forked Ethereum because of that hack. That's why you have Ethereum, and the Ethereum now is the fork, and the original was called Ethereum Classic. It's amazing, a lot of this stuff, and it's so neat to hear you talk. You just say Roger, like everybody knows what Roger, and but a lot of newer people may not know. Like Roger Ver was like the super legend of that era. Like he was like Michael Saylor times 3.
He was Bitcoin Jesus.
Yeah, very, very well known, and he onboarded, like he was fanatical about onboarding people. I mean, he every single day he'd be talking to random people at coffee houses and stuff, and onboarding people and doing interviews. He was like the first guy to be on CNBC, and he just lived and breathed it, and then became super controversial. Then was with the fork, and I mean, it's a really interesting history, and it's cool to listen to.
He was who I came through Bitcoin. I remember watching.
Yeah, he onboarded a lot of
people.
And
I'm like, hey, he's a little maniacal, and this was in the beginning, right? But like the guy is a good communicator. Like he communicated the problem and the solution quite well, and he was so intent on his belief system. I was really compelled by his, zealousy. Not zealot, but well, probably zealot.
Yeah, before Roger, the face of Bitcoin was this guy who I'll never forget because he invited me to the conference. But his name was Amir Taki. He actually ended up like fighting against ISIS in Syria. But he was the hardcore Bitcoiner, and he used to go on the BBC the first time BBC ever interviewed, and he'd be like, they'd follow him into like this crack den, and he'd be like, you know what's really cool about Bitcoin? What's really cool is you can buy drugs, and there ain't a damn thing the government can do about it. And you know, what is money laundering anyway? Money laundering is just things that the government say are illegal, and Bitcoin gets around that. And he was like the face of Bitcoin until Roger came along, and then Andreas started to make it get a bit more sophisticated.
Amir Taki, I forgot about him. I went to that place, that crazy place that was on the BBC. I got the craziest thing that ever happened on that. So Amir Taki is the guy who invented the BIP process, and he invented BIP 33, which is the password protected wallet. That's how significant this guy was as a core developer. But he was an extreme, kind of weird combination of socialist anarchist and a big troublemaker, and he was declared a terrorist by a few nations, and he went and fought with ISIS or something like this, and he was friends with Assange and Snowden, and he lived in this weird hacker squad. So I was at this conference, and he emails me, and he goes, "Hey, want to come stay at my place, my squat or whatever?" I don't know what a squat was. I thought that's like some British term like flat. I don't even think anything of it. And honestly, being in Bitcoin, usually when an OG says, "Hey, you want to stay at my place?" it's because they're proud of their place and they want to show it off. And I've had that experience 24 times. You know, hey, usually if somebody's like, "Hey, you want to come up to my place?" it's a sign that they got a nice place they want to show. So I'm like, "Yeah, sure. This super OG, he's got his place. He must be proud of his place." I don't know what the heck the word squat means. So I said to a couple people, I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to the squat, Amir's place." And they're like, "Oh, really? You're going to Amir's place?" And I'm like, "I don't know what this place is." So I go there. What a squat is, and probably most people know this, they're smarter than I am. In London, there's these rules about squatters. You can break into a place and take it. So they took the old G6 building and they took it over. And there's like heroin addicts on the first floor and homeless people on the second floor. Third floor is kind of empty. And they had the fourth floor, which was the nicest, but it's still like really, really smelled, and it's gross and weird and creepy. And they got all these wires from all these things hacking in. They got computers, and there's like peace symbols and anarchy symbols painted on the walls and everything. So I stayed over with this weird crew of funky anarchists, and then I leave, and as I'm leaving, BBC is coming in. I don't even want to be seen on camera at this place, so
Bruce,
I just
how
duck
old
out.
are you at the time, bro?
No, this is like 10 years ago, so I'm like
Oh my
40
gosh.
or something. Yeah. I'm an adventurer. So this is the end of the story. The BBC does this interview of this crazy weird hacker guy. So right around then, about 4 or 5 months later, the series 24 with Kiefer Sutherland is filming a series in London, and the main character is this Snowden hacker guy. So for inspiration, they went to Amir's place, and they took that footage from the very same BBC interview the day I stayed there, and they made this embellished, like, extra cool version. So I'm watching 24 like a year later. The show comes up, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I was there!" But the 24 version is way cooler. The real one was kind of gross, but that's my Amir Taki story. Like, he was a legend, and that's who made up this space. A bunch of crazy people.
Yeah, the guy that told me about it, Bruce, was so I've still got the Facebook message. It was I was part of a community called the Monetary Reform, and we were trying to create non-fractional reserve banks and all sorts of weird shit that was just really boring until Bitcoin came along. And this guy called Johnny Bitcoin came along and said, "Hey, stop messing around with that. This is the future." And he sold his house, his everything. He put all of his money into Bitcoin. He moved into the squat with Amir Taki. And he was funding all the little, like, all the things that became. Actually, didn't they develop Dark Wallet?
Yeah, they did, and they did Dark Coin, which became
Dash.
Yeah, because they made it Dark Coin, and it was the smartest move ever because everybody associated with these people. So they're like, "Oh, that's too shady. That's going to get in trouble with the government." So they changed the name to Dash Coin. But yeah, Peter Todd was there too.
Dude, seriously,
the
Dash
Bitcoin
Coin
developer.
came from Dark Coin.
Yeah, Dash Coin used to be called Dark Coin, and it was created by this character that we're talking about. This
yeah.
this, like,
The
super
the
crazy
cultural evolution of this industry is really, really, really fascinating. It really is.
So, well, I remember. So, I was deep in debt at the time. I was trying to create a bank. Put my last bit of credit card debt together to go to this this conference that Amir Taki had created, and he was like, yeah, we're doing a conference, and Max Kaiser's coming, and who was the guy, the head of the pirate party, the Swedish guy, got into Bitcoin Cash?
Rick Falkinges.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I went to that one.
Yeah. So we were there, and then at the we've got these absolutely just geeky, and I was the only one from the finance industry, apart from Max, I guess. And Bitcoin crashed to $3 during the conference, and I bought one of those. They just launched the original Cassius coins, where you could get 5 Bitcoin, and it was about $25 at the conference, or £25. I can't remember what I paid. But afterwards, there was like this secret hackathon party, and you had to go around and go to different places in Prague and pick up a code, and you would get like a code that would then take you to the next location. And then at the very end of it, you'd end up in this, what I could only call a crack den. And you go through, and it's just getting shadier and shadier. You're in the middle of Prague, like really not comfortable. And then suddenly you have to knock with this code that they give you on the door. Then you knock on the door, and there was a bunch of hackers just coding, wearing anonymous masks. And then they hacked together this Bitcoin vending machine. And I bought a Mars bar for 1 Bitcoin at that time, trying to figure out how it worked. And then we left shortly after. But that's what the conferences were like before Bruce got involved.
They were crazy. Yeah, there was this guy Phineas Cage who used to go around wearing a dress, and he was some kind of activist with some super checkered past. I mean, a lot of these people were really like fringe compared. I mean, this is the best part. Like, I mean, for me, but that I thought was funny. Like, I was considered super like establishment. Like, people hear me now, they say, "Oh, he's a crazy redneck anarchist libertarian guy from New Hampshire." But in the early Bitcoin days, people are like, "We don't need you, you suit wearing Wall Street guy." Like, it was like animosity. Like, we didn't want anything to do with anybody regulated or anything.
Night, man.
Exactly.
Hey, Bruce or Simon, do you guys have any stories about Marsu Popescu?
No, I don't. I don't even know who that is. What am I missing?
I could tell you about him. He was a super. There's a lot of, and there is still many people. Some of them come to the roundtable, and there's people that only a couple people know their name. We know their name because they register, but there's people who have anonymous names, and you can go back on the forums and stuff and see them doing like big trades. There's people who are really big holders. This guy was one of them. He was one of these people who was kind of like well known to hold, whatever. People speculate, but there's a number of these early people that people speculate, and you can kind of guess with different wallets they have, 100,000 coins, 200, 300. I think this guy was one of the biggest holders of all, but he was really weird and wrote a lot of weird posts. He called me a nothing person or a non-person one time. That's my only claim to fame with him. I don't know what that means. His stuff would kind of ramble. He did write the funniest letter I've ever seen in my life to the SEC. So he ran the thing that Simon was talking about, actually, the one of these exchanges. And when Eric Voorhees sold Satoshi Dice, he sold it for Bitcoin. And the SEC wrote a letter to this guy because he was involved in the exchange that did it. And they said, "Are you being an unlicensed exchange? And could you please provide us any information on Eric Voorhees?" So I don't even know how to pronounce his name, Mysterio Propersu, whatever. He writes, you can look it up, it's hilarious. He writes back to the SEC, and he says basically, like, "By what authority are you asking this?" And they're like, "Well, we're the SEC." And he just goes back and forth with them. And he's like, no, you misunderstand me. By what authority? And he does all this libertarian talk. Are you under color of guard or whatever? If you see like the people up here in New Hampshire, the Free Staters and stuff in court, it's really a sight to see. You should look them up. But that's basically what he pulls. And they just didn't know what hit him. And I think they just gave up. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting characters like that from the early days for sure.
Yeah, that was the first SEC one, and it was like an amazing investment if you got involved. I think it outperformed Bitcoin, if I remember correctly. And then the SEC made him reverse everything, and then he couldn't do any securities offerings for like a set period of time. And then he ended up creating Shapeshift, which was the first. I think that must have been the first DEX, right? Shapeshift. That was when it was right at the time when Ethereum was getting somewhere, so you could go from Bitcoin to Ethereum without any KYC. There was a couple of DEXs before it, I think, wasn't there? But that was one of the really early ones.
Yeah, it was. I was an early investor in it, and I was just on the Shapeshift board up until like a few months ago. The company dissolved actually and became like a full DAO and returned the money. They returned the capital with a return to the investors. So we came out ahead. But then it dissolved the company and became decentralized. And the role of the foundation was to totally decentralize whatever's left. Like, how do you get rid of your website and your IP and your whatever? So it's kind of a fun exercise to, like, purposely, positively unwind a thing and decentralize it. So they put all the development and the app and everything. They just decentralized everything. It's pretty cool.
Yes, I was a shareholder in that one as well. So we got the tokens and all the assets were sold off. But the evolution of these people, because we all got into this because we were in the original. It was always us versus the banks, and then suddenly it all went a bit crazy when all the other coins came along, and then all the financiers got in over time. But it was always like us versus the banks. So those early companies, like Eric Voorhees, was created by people that are ideologically behind the whole concept of decentralization. So you end up creating a company because you want to support the industry. And all of these companies, we needed them in the early days because you had to do the onboarding, offboarding, and we just needed all these different applications. But if you succeeded in your company, you either ended up in prison like Charlie Schramm because you kept the ideology, or slowly you go from an anarchist to a compliance officer. And now, literally, all of these people ended up with these companies. And I the way I see Eric Voorhees is like, what the hell can I do to stop dealing with KYC, compliance, and regulators? He just become full time, and so he ended up just trying to decentralize the company so he could get out, I think. But it's the story of like just these very anarchist people just slowly realizing that our whole life now is about KYC, compliance, and every day you're not in prison when you run a Bitcoin company is a good year.
Yeah, people should remember that. I mean, if you talk about the old times and the founding, because I think this is important for everybody today, this movement was 100% political. This was founded by people who are, in general, I would say on average, more libertarian than my politics even. Like pretty anarchist, ANCAPs. Like that's the movement. You may not like that or dislike it or disagree. You may say they're irrelevant, but they deserve a space because that is the root of, that's what this is for. If you don't get that, you're in the wrong space. This is for disruption. It is for fighting the power. It is for fighting the state. It is better money. It is a completely and totally utterly antithetical view to Elizabeth Warren. People finally get that. I was saying that 2-3 years ago. It was like 50-50, just like America. Like, oh, well, I like Trump and they like a Warren and this one likes Biden.
Hey. Nice. Awesome.
about it, the fiat standard.
Thank you.
You know, everything from obesity to bad education to bad business deals to bad environment to obviously the biggest is wars. And all this death and destruction comes from this deeply, deeply broken system. And there's really bad, evil people who want it like this. And that's what Bitcoin is. It's not like, oh, cool, Web3, I'm going to put widgets on the toasters or whatever. This is about a better money that's disruptive. And the core of it is these super anarchist libertarian principles that say, F you, leave me alone, mind your own business. I'm gonna do this system on my own, separate from the thing, and it's important because these people should owe it themselves. I mean, I think you should listen to Eric Voorhees if you haven't. Go. There's a bunch of good speeches. Find one of his good speeches about liberty, about freedom. One of his good interviews. You know, look at Roger Vere's stuff. You know, Roger Vere's stuff when he, especially early on when he used to talk about liberty. Look at his old Bitcoin speeches. You know, they're all online. You know, I definitely recommend people go back, look at speeches from, 2012, 13, 14. You know, even a couple I made, but there's a lot of them that talk about these, these concepts, and they're crucial to it's what the whole thing is about, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd say the word blockchain was actually designed originally as an attack on Bitcoin. It was really popularized by the banks around about 2014, because I came from TradFi, an investment bank called Jefferies. It paid for me to go to every major city and pitch all the hedge fund managers. And because I was the only one willing to wear a suit and I could speak some traditional finance, they asked me to go around. And at the same time, so I went to like pretty much everyone that was managing most of the money in the world, based upon Jefferies, their massive client list. And at the same time, Blythe Masters just left JP Morgan, who was the creator of the credit default swap. And she was trying to tell everyone, Bitcoin's a fad, Bitcoin's a piece of shit. But the technology behind it is amazing. It's revolutionary. It's going to change the world. And so we had this side-by-side thing. So she was going around and telling everyone to forget about Bitcoin and invest in blockchain. And then I was going around and telling everyone, blockchain without Bitcoin isn't really a thing. And we just had this side-by-side pitch with all the big money managers. And some of them were just violently opposing Bitcoin. Yeah, it's a pile of shit, because they heard the Blythe Masters pitch. And then the others were like, yeah, I want to put it in my, it sounds interesting. But none of them could put it in their fund because there was no regulated way of investing in it. So a bunch of them were either just being polite or wanted to do it, but then a bunch of them ended up just buying it themselves for their own accounts. And then it's only until now, and that brings us really full circle to where we are right now, where because of the ETF, these pension funds, which are completely exposed to the system we're trying to fight, are going to be able to put some Bitcoin in their pension fund. People are going to be able to do it in a tax-efficient way. Now, it's not Bitcoin. As an individual, I strongly recommend the main purpose of Bitcoin is the freedom you get from being able to transact. But there are a bunch of people that are exposed, to the traditional financial system. And when they've got their traditional stock portfolio and, their bonds, their 60% bonds is generating 5%, their 40% stocks is getting them about 20% if we get quantitative easing. But a tiny little portion that was dedicated to commodities is suddenly getting them 100% per year. Every time that percentage is dedicated to the small percentage of Bitcoin is most likely, if history is the same, obviously it's not financial advice, but if Bitcoin is the same, it's just going to keep outperforming the stock and bond portfolio. And the pensioners the pension funds that don't allocate some to Bitcoin, their statistics and their performance is going to look disastrous compared to the ones that did allocate. And so the ETF is just such a game changer for those types of funds. And I'm hoping that once they discover that, a bunch of people are going to think about, hold on, why do I need that ETF in the middle? And maybe if they do the in-kind out, you can get it into Bitcoin. And then people do that.
Simon, you got to check out a conversation that Preston Pish had with Kathy Woods recently, and he had created an exercise where one portfolio was constructed with 2% Bitcoin and 98% cash. Another portfolio was constructed with 100% the S&P 500. And he challenged us to take any 4-year period through the beginning when Bitcoin started to now, any 4-year period. And during that 4-year period, if you compared the portfolio 1, 2% Bitcoin, 98% cash, to 100% S&P 500, the portfolio 1 outperformed dramatically the S&P, which I think if you dive into that, anyone who's out talking to public pensions or trying to raise capital or trying to show someone just the strength of having a small allocation of Bitcoin in your portfolio, it has such an exponential benefit to you.
Yeah, and every individual, like, you know, it was the really simple things that helped me. So right in the beginning, when I discovered what it was, and I discovered that it's a fixed supply, I discovered that monetary policy never changes, and it's designed to be digital hard sound money. And I was deep in debt at the time, so I was trying to pay off my fiat debt. But I made a vow to myself that every single month I'm going to try and spend less than I earn, and I'm going to save the difference in Bitcoin. And I said to myself, no matter what, every month I want to have a bit more Bitcoin than I did the previous month. And that's always been my philosophy. That philosophy hasn't changed. So, you know, I invest a bit of it because there are, you know, I don't mind risking a bit of it. But my rule is, and if everyone followed this rule, even if it's a tiny amount, this works for every single person I know that's followed it. You know, just have a little bit more Bitcoin every month than you did the previous month, and continue doing that for a whole 4-year cycle. And then I guarantee you'll never stop doing it for the rest of your life if you can get that discipline in your life. And really that has freed me from, you know, the financial system, from the debt slavery that I was in at the time, and allows me to just spend my time hanging out with Bruce on Twitter Spaces and just contributing in the places where I think is more meaningful and can make the biggest difference in the world. And that's what, you know, that's what Bitcoin gives. That's what Bitcoin represents. And that's just one part of it. The other part of it is being able to spend it without censorship, and be able to hold it without an ETF or without a bank in the middle, and just know that no matter what, once you figure that out, you know, you've got money you can own, money you can spend, and money that has a fixed supply, and that changes the world.
And so, just on that note, I want to welcome Hedge Grant stage. We're having the conversation with legends right now. So if you hit the nest and you want to read about Bruce, welcome. Great to meet you, and seeing Marcin and FICAP. So I want to keep the conversation going, but also want to make sure that people who want or need to have this conversation to get in here, because this is amazing. We appreciate you being here. Follow the host speakers that you like. And Bruce, would love to hear from you on that Simon retort.
On what? What specifically? I mean,
I got to put you on the spot.
I got a question for you, Bruce.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question for you.
No, that's all you, my friend. I just wanted to hear from you. And by the way, you guys are some of
Can
the
you hear
pioneers.
Goo? Yeah, hey, smack your back. Stormer Romer, I think you can't hear Magoo. I'm going to bring you down, bro. I'm going to bring Magoo up. I'm going to slash your face. Then I'm going to bring you back up after you've been in the shame cellar for a while. Hey, Simon, while we're reigniting, moving people around, did you grossly underestimate or overestimate the opportunity investing in a number of different, you know, sectors of the industry, not just Bitcoin, you know, all along the whole chain of 15 years or 13, whatever it is? Did you ever expect, and do you think we're all underestimating or overestimating the opportunity here?
Yeah, I mean, so you got to remember when the times that me and Bruce were talking about, there was like 50 of us in a room, and we were, you know, there were all these developers and coders that were so ideologically, you know, exciting and just crazy and weird. And we never thought we were going to succeed. Bitcoin wasn't meant to succeed. It's a freak of nature that can never be repeated again, because it was created at a time when no one cared about the money. And so we were just there as crazy people that thought we could figure out either it was a technical challenge for some people, or we just thought we could find a way of exiting the banking system and having a way of transacting with each other. It wasn't until a lot later that you started to realize, oh shit, this is digital hard sound money, and the economics are actually designed to be, Austrian economics essentially on a chain. And so over time, your wealth changes. And then I didn't invest in these companies because I thought I was going to get rich. I invested in them because I thought Bitcoin needed them. And then it turned out that, it's quite hard. I don't know if Bruce had the same experience. It happened so fast, and we were so busy just celebrating that this was actually starting to work. And then suddenly a Bitcoin ATM would open up in Canada, and there'd be people queuing down the streets at Waves Cafe. And then suddenly you'd have like the Cyprus bank bail-ins, and then suddenly someone would open up like a Bitcoin bank that turned out to be this massive scam called Neo and Bees, and you just went on this journey and this drama, and the drama's never stopped. Like, it just has never stopped, and there's never been a boring day in Bitcoin. And then suddenly, if you value your wealth in Bitcoin, you're just focused on accumulating Bitcoin. And then one day I just looked at the dollar value and realized, holy shit, this has achieved freedom that I never even thought was possible. So I completely underestimated it. I didn't think Bitcoin would succeed. I just never imagined it would become this successful, but it just became more and more apparent over time. Even today, when you think about Jesus, BlackRock and all these companies, like when the first bank would even just mention Bitcoin, it was like such a hostile thing, and it was just this is a currency just for drug dealers, and this is how you do terrorist financing, and we were just such a fringe movement, and just slowly you get. I think, to me, that the moment I realized we made it was when I was on 3 occasions over the years. I went to meet. I've got a photo where I went to meet Boris Johnson when he was mayor of London, and it was 2013. And I gave him a Bitcoin strategy for the company, and I was trying to see if we could make it like legal tender and get a regulatory regime. And he kind of laughed me out of the room. And then the Isle of Man suddenly made an announcement that they want to put together a regulatory environment for all the Bitcoin companies, and none of us could get bank accounts. None of us could find a jurisdiction that would support us. And then suddenly this one country said, yeah, we'll support the industry. And everyone came over to this conference in Isle of Man. And then the government said, yeah, we're going to allow you to pay your taxes in Bitcoin, and we're going to make it legal tender. And I spent a lot of time on that because I got so excited about it. And then suddenly, as all the companies were coming over, the Bank of England contacted the Isle of Man government because they share a currency. There's the Manx pound and the British pound. And while it's an independent parliament, they use the Bank of England to clear their Manx pound. And they said, if you support this industry, we're going to remove clearing to your island. And then all of the banks said, we won't give a bank account to any company or anyone that's transacting in Bitcoin. And the government really wanted it, but the Bank of England just took it down. And then when President Bukele, because I went over to El Salvador a couple of times to meet him and try and support him in the Bitcoin bond strategy. But once he stood up to the IMF and the Bank of England and said, right, we're making it legal tender, and screw you, IMF, and screw you, Bank of England, you're a bunch of financial terrorists that have economic hitmen from the IMF. We're going to make Bitcoin legal tender. And I think, to me, that was the moment when I realized, holy shit, if El Salvador does it after all these years of trying, they're just going to accumulate a Bitcoin position. Slowly, it might dwarf their $26 billion of IMF debt. and slowly, and then Michael Saylor came along and started doing it for companies, and then you realize that, okay, this is actually going to be, central banks are going to start putting this on their balance sheet, and then it's going to become a geopolitical play. And so, like in the Middle East, they started mining Bitcoin, and some of the sanctioned countries started mining Bitcoin. China started actually way back in 2013, they started putting adverts out promoting Bitcoin because they saw it away as getting a geopolitical edge, and then they were banning it and stuff like that. But it's when we realized that this has become a geopolitical play, and as you move closer and closer to wartime economics, and you realize like what this fiat currency system does and how it drives you just through everybody leveraging debt, and then you've got hard money and savings on the side, and it gives you that exit. You just realize that this is a bigger play. This is bigger than we ever imagined. And now we've just got every single financial institution capitulating and realizing, holy shit, there's a lot of money for us to be made here. We need to get involved. So I underestimated it all, but we just been here for the journey. And yeah, the side benefit was the money that was made.
Yeah, that's important. The early, the part about it not being about the money, because in the early days it was a very, very, very different crowd. And even by the time, and that lasted a long time, from the very early days before me, even before Simon, like 2010 or whatever, it was just super, super, super nerds. And pretty much 2011, 12, a lot of ANCAPs. I first heard about it at PorkFest, the Anarchist Festival up in here in New Hampshire, from Eric Voorhees, Roger Ver, and Charlie Shrem. They went up there and talked about it, and Jeffrey Tucker was there, and Roger Ver had heard about it from a Liberty guy named Ian Freeman, who, again, another character. Ian Freeman is in jail right now, and he really, really poked the bear with the FBI and the feds and stuff. He ultimately was charged for, not registering his Bitcoin ATM, and I think maybe tax evasion, money laundering, whatever. But these, and Roger Ver had, so Charlie Shrem had significant legal troubles, went to jail. Roger Ver had been in jail earlier. And I'm not, and by the way, I'm not saying this like to please don't interpret this like it's a smear, like, oh, these guys went to jail. I mean, in most of these cases, they're activists and, the reasons, but you can look into it yourself. I mean, Roger's case, for example, it was, he was very targeted. He's like they really hated his words. He's a, activist. And so they went to his online web store and they targeted him for this, like, deer firecracker thing that scares deer away. And they said he was transporting explosives. And even though LL Bean and Cabela's and all these other companies had it, he's the only one who's charged. Shrem had gone in many, many times and talked to the regulator. Legal challenges, and a lot of really early anarchists, a lot of people who were there for the, for the movement, for what it meant, and they weren't there for the money. And even that lasted all the way 2012, even 13, like, even by the time Ethereum